on something.
Yeah, they miss
So
out on the
who's
conversation.
the bard in our party, right? That's Tegan, right?
Tegan, yeah.
Yeah. Tegan, what spells do you have?
Right now, I have Dissonant Whispers, Cure Wounds, Healing Word, Hold Person, Shatter, Zone of Truth, and See Invisibility.
Yeah, I want that see invisibility spell. So at one point, when I get
Roll a
the
persuasion check.
whenever I get the material for it, we'll come back to that.
You also can role play too, asking maybe in character what they have. You can role play through a little bit.
Does Tegan like sharing his toys?
Yeah, Tegan.
Right.
I'll share with you. I'll show you mine if you show me yours.
I can't do anything with yours, though.
Well, the stream is live, so welcome if you're joining us for the stream. I really appreciate that. Group 7 here, session 3, right? I believe, yeah. So coming into it, going through the recap really fast. Right, you had some time at the tavern, kind of hashing out where to go and what to do. There was 2 things that kind of met onto the agenda, the list. One of which was talking potentially with this duke up at the manor that currently resides in, to gain more information. And then going and speaking to Pelu Riza at the field house, noting that those 2 characters, based on what Barlow was saying, potentially were kind of the hierarchy in this particular village. Pelu being the owner and operator of the Harak Mining Company, then the Duke Umbrian Arilla, which now, as kind of discovering and finding out, might have kind of a more of a bureaucratic and lesser role than was first interpreted. That this particular character was brought in by a named Lord Thalon Falor, which is a lord in the city of Othema, which presides over the Frosthorn, as well as some of the Northern Gorn Valley, and that the Duke Umbrian Arilla was placed in position here to kind of regulate and oversee the operation after a royal decree of King Reldor Telthar himself was passed through to make sure this mine was meeting a quota and running 24/7 to extract as much iron ore as possible. Pelu Riza is kind of held to that standard. Okay, so now you're having that conversation with Pelu. Pelu seems to be quite knowledgeable about the operation, is willing to meet this end. And then there was this disturbance, right? As you kind of went there and you were talking, this tunneling was happening, creatures were mentioned, and then you went in, right? Basically saying, hey, we'll take a look at this, well, whatever. If we can get a ride on that caravan, right? The next caravan heading out in about 3 days' time. We'll go in there. And so you went in, and these creatures, heavily armored, shields, war picks, had a symbol of a closed fist that was painted in white upon the shields or the pauldrons. They were seemingly dwarfs, but they were not dwarfs. These black eyes and a pale white skin. They spoke in a language that was very guttural and kind of old, and they were not particularly friendly, but they didn't attack immediately. There was some talking and other things that were happening, but that quickly led into combat. The negotiations really dramatically broke down. These creatures just didn't back down. And through the fight and the conflict as they were slain, one of which had made through, so it ran back through the tunneling in, which was short and lower in its elevation and height, and kind of pushed through that tunnel, aimed to go somewhere, which you all did not go all the way through. You went into the tunnel, and you were trying to figure it out, and you traveled for a good time. Many of you being so tall, having to bend down and go through the darkness. Eventually, one of the Zeph's kind of abilities of giving you that dark vision ended, and it was just pitch black in the tunnel. And at that point, after traveling for a good distance, you all backtracked. Said, hey, let's talk to Pelu. We didn't really sign up for this, right? Let's try to figure out, make an arrangement, try to maybe coin, other sorts of things were brought up. And you began to kind of backtrack. And you came to the field house and you spoke with Pelu. And now Pelu mentioned prospectors, said there was missing prospectors in this conversation, and kind of was like, is this related to that? Did they take prisoners or whatnot? No prisoners were taken, it seemed. And so Pelu kind of put that to the side. The prospectors still missing. And then brought up the idea of what to do. Pelu said maybe this is something we needed to go to the Duke and, fetch actual paladins of Valor, actual soldiers, and get them here. If this thing is supposed to be as big as it is. The arrangement at the end of the conversation kind of concluded, this negotiation concluded with a sum of 2,500 gold pieces total. Half now, half after. For the deal was arranged to try to investigate and really figure out why these creatures are doing what they're doing. You all decide at the end of this, after the charismatic gnome, was just quite interested in a great many things relevant to your appearances, kind of came into a thing of saying, no, we're going to talk about it. We're going to go back to the tavern, come back the next day. Pelu said, okay, I guess we'll wait for the guard to get here. Hopefully they'll come soon. And that is where we essentially ended the session as you all were leaving the field house here. So without further ado, we'll go ahead and unpause it and go and start some kind of ambiance, if you will. And sees Pelu kind of moves the hand and swings the door open wide as the door kind of opens of its own volition, if you will, and kind of begins to say goodbye to you all as you begin to funnel out of the field house.
So back to the tavern, was it?
Yeah, I think that is the plan. God, I'll never get out and get used to how cold it is here.
Indeed.
Hopefully some of that goat is left.
That did smell quite good.
That was a good 2 or 3 hours ago by this point, right?
It's been more than that.
I think it's been most of the day.
Yeah, it's been like 8 hours. Yeah, it's been a long time.
I think the thing I find most distasteful about this place is I have to use my legs to move.
What does that mean? Where are you from again? I forgot.
In the Astral Sea, you can simply ambulate yourself by willing yourself to move.
Well,
That sounds very cool.
technically, that's what we're doing now too. We also have that involves willing our legs to move.
Yes, it is a more involved process. I find it tiring.
So it just sounds like the Astral Sea just skips a step.
Literally.
I am intrigued.
I would like to know how this Astral Sea works more. But also, that sounds pretty terrifying, honestly. That you just will things to happen.
I don't know. Floating around all the time just sounds pretty good.
Imagine if you could swim about in your own thoughts and hopes and fears. Now imagine if you expanded that pool to an endless sea of the thoughts and hopes and fears of every living thing and everything that ever has or will live.
So my problem with that is that if I can do it, everyone else can. And I can't control everybody else.
Yes.
Tegan's just jaw dropped, just contemplating what he just said, and is like low-key having an aneurysm.
You are far more weird than I thought.
I'm interested to pick your brain some more as we travel.
Does he even have a brain?
Yeah, how does that work?
All right,
I hope so.
that's enough. I've had enough of this crap.
Sorry, Tegan.
How long till we're back at the inn?
20 minutes it takes to actually get back to the village, so I'm anticipating this. I'm just interpreting this conversation happening on the trek down some of the switchbacks, passing by a few carts and wagons that are being rolled up the actual hill towards the actual kind of base operations here, and you're now kind of seeing these stretches of the bay and the sea kind of moving out to the west, right? You see the path as it kind of snakes its way to the village with smoke billowing, kind of forming that effervescent dome of impenetrable fog. You have some time. And of course, you all can just kind of keep to yourselves and walk the rest of the way. But yeah, I'm interpreting the conversation just kind of happening as we're walking.
So what do you think that one that got away? How do you think he ran off so quickly?
Well, it helps not having to duck the whole time, and he obviously knows how far he has to go.
Plus, we were very preoccupied with his friends.
Yeah, for all we knew, we were almost to the end of the tunnel.
Yeah. Do you think they're gonna try to retake the area we've already cleared out?
Well, I think we mentioned this last time, but I think that's almost all but guaranteed. It's just a matter of when.
Well, let's try to rest up, and then I guess we'll go back diving in there.
I suspect if they attack again, it will be with a much larger, more organized force. That was more of a scouting, exploratory party, I think.
Yeah, but I do like the idea that we'll be much more prepared this go around. You know, we won't have to send Tegan ahead so that he doesn't get ambushed like that.
Oh, the bard.
I don't want to see another javelin again in my life.
Yeah, literally the whole
He
time.
holds the wounds on his shoulder and side. He's like, never again.
Behold the poetic pincushion.
Is there not a spell for protection from javelin?
I've heard of good and evil, but no
duck.
No javelin.
So, was there anywhere else that we wanted to check out before we return to the tavern, or are we just gonna go back to the tavern?
No, I mean I need materials for copying spells down, but this doesn't really look like the place to get those. So
I mean,
he
the
did
general
mention
store would probably be the best place for anything, but probably not that. Worth a shot, maybe, but
yeah.
What was it he mentioned about the person in town who took over the gem business?
The jeweler, yeah.
Yeah.
There was also a person that had been here for a while. He was talking about.
He's talking about Kolva. Kolva's lapidary. That's it. So a lapidary is a kind of a studier of stones, particularly gemstones and things, precious things. So Kolva, you were kind of one of the conversation, if I recall correctly, the conversation was almost like, is anybody here would remember like the previous owners of the mine, right? The oldest person in this particular place and with lineage currently existing in that kind of period was Kolva.
So Maldor kind of looks the gem dragon up and down and goes, a studier of gemstones. I think he might like you.
At this point, what time is it in the day?
We've now crested to 5:30ish. So the sun itself is still there and overcast. There's slight snow at this point. It's 21 degrees Fahrenheit. Just kind of making its way towards evening.
Tegan says, he goes, I wouldn't be opposed to going to talk to them before we go to sleep. I think we should head out first thing tomorrow morning back into the mine. So if we have any business to take care of before then, we should do it now.
I love gems.
Well, I mean, we're perfectly able to go, but my thing is, what information are we going to glean from this jeweler? Like, what are y'all planning to ask?
I wanted to know if they know anything about these creatures that we found. If they've been here a while, I can't imagine this is the first time they've ever been seen in this area, whether it be legends, rumors, or otherwise.
He also seemed like he might be the place to have some of those supplies you were looking for, perhaps.
Maybe. I'm fine with going.
Okay. Right there. You're going to make your way through the village here. You notice the smoke itself kind of billowing, a little bit difficult to breathe as we get into the evening. People are kind of starting their stews, other types of foods, they're restocking the flames. Many are lit. The stables you pass by, the bleating of goats ever increasing as you come near. There's definitely a lot of more people moving about at this time, kind of chopping wood, fetching water. Some people are going into the small kind of trader village square, if you will, kind of talking with the blacksmith at some of them, grabbing their own, almost like their own mining picks and looking and kind of exchanging that. Others are going to different sort of traders that are hunters, rangers, do kind of beast hunting and gathering of hides and those sorts of things. One of which is a particular half-orc that seems to have a large kind of stall with canvas tending towards the northwestern side. This is what you're going to pass through. As you're headed towards the actual lapidary, you're most likely going to go through some of the quickest route possible, right? Kind of going through the actual village at this point. Eventually, passing by the village square and coming towards the actual lapidary building itself, I'm going to go ahead and traverse you onto that particular map. And then I'm going to have it pause, and I'll just kind of give you a brief description of what this place looks like as you come to. So it's a 2-story stone and straw thatched structure. The entire building appears to be roughly 16 feet in height. A 2-foot stone staircase ascends to a matching door. Wooden signpost is the symbol of a rough-cut gem with the name Kolvas underneath. A couple of stone benches reside on either side of the staircase. There's no windows as per usual. The stone itself seems to be decently built, but is weathered, and seems to be that this building has been here for quite a long time. I'm going to go ahead and unpause.
Well,
Knock, knock.
considering there's no chance of dwarven creatures here, I'll take the lead this time.
Roll for initiative.
As you open the door, the dragon you saw at the beginning of the campaign. It's
As
a
you walk
kraken.
in, upon entry here, as you're kind of funneling in, the ceiling is about 9 feet in height and supported by 3 pillars. The little center wooden shelves range from 4 to 6 shelves and scattered about the pillars and walls. Crates and barrels linger in the northwest corner of the building, contain a mixture of various samples from the Harak Mining Company. You can see their actual kind of stamped insignia, or their company's kind of symbol upon them. There's a stone staircase that ascends to a second floor for extra storage of valuables and potentially living chambers. Nearby, another shelf hangs filled with a mixture of volumes or books about gems and stones. Many of them are older, many hundreds of years. Workstations in the southwest corner form somewhat of a counter behind a metallic cellar door leads below, and a few chests scatter about. You appear to look at a figure that is sitting down in a chair holding a kind of a magnification as well as a kind of a glass, of one of the eyes, this other tool that kind of comes through, increasing more magnification thrice-fold. This particular figure is a near-death by old age mountain dwarf. The thick auburn beard and hair, blue eyes run into an immensely wrinkled face. There's a few scars around the left neck, so they stretch down and slightly to the left. They wear a brown apron covered in bits of dirt and black suit. A mixture of tools sit in a leather belt that wraps around pockets in the apron. Underneath is a fine white cloth blouse with silver cufflinks to lift the sleeves above the elbow. Brown leather trousers fit into matching leather and hide boots. They currently are analyzing a few of the samples. They've crushed them and kind of piecing the thumbs through, kind of finding different stones, maybe precious valuables from the samples. Upon doing that, it's kind of plucking them out, putting them into a small bowl. Has kind of a mesh filter on top as well, and so allowing things to kind of fall off and sitting upon the mesh of the stone. Not even recognizing that you have entered in at all.
In that case, can I take out a little bit of copper wire and whisper into it and say, "Greetings, friend," and I'm going to send it towards him.
Slowly moving. Begins to look around. Oh, hi. Customers. Hello.
Hello there.
Hello. I am Kolvas, and how may I be of service to you all?
Kolvas, it's very nice to meet you. My name is Tegan, and my compatriots and I are here to see your wares and possibly pick your brain, if that's not too much to ask.
Oh. Yeah, well, no worries, of course. My wares, are you in particular to anything?
I have something that you might or might not have. Do you have approximately 50 gold worth of like fine paper and ink for scribing spells.
Yeah, I can give you some. I have in a chest right here for my own personal use, but seems like a good deal. One moment here. Slowly begins to rise out of the chair, grabbing a small stick to prop up and use, as well as the chair and support. Begins to mull over towards the chest. This entire process takes roughly 6 minutes of seeing this dwarf stand up and begin to slowly saunter over, barely
6
moving
minutes.
and hovering over the actual ground as it begins to make way to the small chest. Stops.
It's beneath
chest,
all the National Geographics.
and stops and looks towards Uvaris. Would you be a good lad? It's a bit low to the ground. Can you help me open this one? It's the taps stick and lit. It's the one here on the left.
Of course, I'll come over and help you out.
Just
All
unlock.
While
right.
he's doing that, can I do a perception check just to see if anything in particular catches my eye?
It's a very general thing. I think that based on what you're stating, no one's really kind of given what they're looking for in particular. So I think that if you're looking for something in particular, and if that catches your eye, I think that would be worthy of a perception check. But passively right now with your perception, you don't see anything.
I'd say anything that's old and dwarvish in nature, and or the symbol that we saw on the bodies from the mine.
So passively, you don't see any symbol that you've kind of noticed upon the bodies in the mine. A lot of the books, in particular here, the shelving is extremely old. A lot of them are kind of manuscripts and stones and other sorts of kind of geometrical shapes and histories and mining and gems and other things. That really does catch your eye passively. Within the actual shelving units at the center, a lot of those are kind of clay jars filled with different things and just kind of soil samples and other whatnot that have kind of collected. This whole process and what you're understanding passively is that the rock mining company provides samples, and this particular dwarf goes through them and then puts them in storage within the shelving units and maybe the cellar. But it is a very slow process, given this dwarf seems to have no help. He's also near death. Beyond that, the wares that you can see just passively, there are small little casks and other things here, one of which seems to be explosives. So potentially this character might have the kind of alchemy kind of background to be able to actually make explosives. And the casks themselves and other sorts of reagents are on the back wall for a variety of different spell casting. Anything else?
No. If I don't see anything specific, then yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for the symbol, that's obviously a very specific thing, so you can give a perception check on that. I'm going off of what your passives are, but based on what you told me, I think that was the one thing that stood out that would be something you would definitely try to actively perceive for, so you can roll for it if you like. 20. So passively looking around, trying to find the symbol. You don't see anything currently upon the actual crates and the barrels, as well as the shelves as you're mulling through. You might have an idea based on how old the texts are and taking time investigating through those that you might be able to uncover something. But beyond that, no symbol really stands out to you actively looking.
Would I be able to draw the symbol and recreate it fairly accurately for the...
Yeah, it's really like a crude closed fist white painting. That's all it is. So you can, if you have a piece of parchment or something, you can also grab the different tools upon the tables here. There's enough here that you can grab that you can actually recreate the symbol. There's paper and stuff littered across here as well. So
yeah, I'll definitely do that while he's helping Vars.
Take this and begins to slowly open the lid Vars, as you see inside are different kind of ink bottles and trims of like gold flakes and silver flakes and other sorts of things. This whole chest is really dedicated to particularly scribing. Corvas looks towards you. In another life, I suppose. This was quite handy for me. Do you practice?
Yes, I do. I appreciate you sharing this with me.
Well, I have no use for it anymore. I'm just a decent old Labradorite dwarf. It was my younger years that I may have casted a spell or two and defeated a great number of wizards in duels. And
Ooh.
yes, well, it takes me back. Where did you study?
I grew up in my family's home, and they taught me. We're a family of wizards.
Oh,
Uh,
lovely. My family Corva always invested in the mine and stones. I branched out away from Clan Alderfist and Thonir, and I studied in a bit of time, and there's a place on an isle, Felgim, lots of gnomes, only for a few years. For, well, a mine called the Dwarf, and I didn't quite like being on an island. Lots of water. Ugh.
but yeah, I grew up on the Isle of Grova, and that's where my family's domain is, and that's where I studied.
It sounds far away.
Yes, on a completely different continent.
Oh. Oh. Foley turns around, looks at you all, locks eyes with Lucar. Who are all of you? So, you're not miners, are you? From Horak Mining Company?
No.
Oh, no, no.
Oh.
No.
Just some friendly customers.
Oh, yes.
We're also helping out Pelu with a little thing in the mines.
Oh, that's wonderful. Pelu is a good soul, worthy one at that. Nice to see he's taken over the mine and doing well. Yeah, take what you need, lad. Just bring it up to the counter when you're ready.
Okay.
Another
Yeah, I'm just
7
gonna
minutes
get
pass,
enough.
slowly walking towards the chair.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get enough to copy down one spell.
Okay. Grab that. No problem.
Hold we actually came here for more than just business. We wanted to ask you a few questions in regards to your experience living here. We were wondering if you could tell us any information about the previous owners of the mine.
Currently asleep in the chair after sitting down.
I kind of, Tegan kind of like looks around at everyone else in just pure disbelief.
Come on, Bard, do your bardy thing.
Sleeping in the chair. Just sitting down.
Keep his attention, my friend.
I'm just gonna mage hand and kind of like tickle his ear.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, my
Hi,
doors
welcome
off.
back.
Apologies.
No
Yes,
problem.
For you, 20 gold pieces, good lad.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, of course. Not every day you get a wizard in here. It's nice to see. Is there anything else for you all?
Yes, actually, if you wouldn't mind, just some insight, if you will. We were wondering if you knew anything about the previous owners of the mine.
Oh, it's a good time ago. Lots of time. I was merely a child. But they were Clan Alderfist dwarfs. We came from a family of three families, and they brothers from one, and then they grouped together, and well, they set their eyes on territory that, well, the dwarven clans did not occupy. See, the dwarven clans of Alderfist, Drawrill, Radal, and Gilgal occupy most of the eastern Frosthorn, some of the northern parts, and large territories. Some are not exactly too keen on those outsiders and surface dwellers. It is what I remember that they were looking to find a mithril vein, something of great value, and also to get outside of Thonia, Clan Alderfist. Well, they settled here. Built that very mine up there. But they didn't strike rich, and they were indebted to a great number of people for supplies and equipment and other things. Eventually, it shut down, and they gave up.
You mentioned a term, surface dwellers. Are there subterranean societies that reside here?
Well, there are creatures in the dark depths, yes, and it is a common occurrence in Dolnir for those to come up into the mines. They do not take quite kindly reaching into the things they would say are territory, but they were pestilence and monstrosities, nothing that lethal near guard and soldiers couldn't take care of.
Was there ever any form of diplomacy with these creatures, or was it always met with violence?
It was always meant, if they were intelligent enough, conversations, and some of which were enough to dismay them. I would say that there are troubled stories, things that you would tell your child in the heart of dwarven cities to keep them from running amok in the night. That these dwarfs that never could see the light of day, after a great tragedy befell our people, referred to as the Great Voyage, our dwarfs came to Arthuria. I was mainly told to keep these children scared enough to keep them asleep in their beds. I don't want to go into the mine during the night, and they will come and steal you and take you away. I do not believe I've ever seen these dwarfs that they talk about, but some of the soldiers did say they ran into them once or twice.
How long have these creatures been in conflict with the people of these lands?
I would say in a long time. Great Voyage happened thousands of years ago. And the formation of clans after, large families, could have happened in them. But it is another life for me. I have not been to Tholnir for a very long time.
Well, I very much appreciate the information.
Every day you have someone coming in here talking about what you are speaking of. It's nice to have a conversation. Do you all like tea? I just have to run upstairs. I have a little kitchen. It'll only be about a moment.
Oh, that's quite all right.
I wouldn't want to put you under your effort. I do have one more question, if you don't mind, good sir.
Yes, I have all the time.
Debatable.
Oh.
Have you ever come across or received a particularly special gem? It does seem to be your trade and your specialty.
That is a odd question. I see many precious gems in my time. Many of them are strange, and part of my duty in my profession, my trade, is to relate these stones to relevant ones that we've seen before. Every stone is different, but they all come from similar origins and some of the lineages that they have.
I wonder about that. I once received a very special stone, and Maldor's going to lean way over because he's much taller than this dwarf, to give him a slightly better look at the amulet that he wears. And he's going to tap on the green gemstone in the center. I was gifted this by a celestial diva a long time ago.
Sounds like a real heartthrob.
You have no idea.
Mm.
I am uncertain as to its actual origins or its significance, other than it was obviously meant to come to my possession.
Seems to be quite interesting. Awfully normal from a surface eye. If you're willing to take it off, I can put it underneath my tools. Promise to be safe and careful with it.
Yeah, I'll take off the necklace and hand it to him.
Thank you. Takes it down.
And
Begins to take the
Tegan-
magnification. Stares at different tools.
And Tegan kind of like, from obviously not grabbing it or anything, but just from where he's standing, do some sort of check to see if that looks any sort of familiar to him.
I'd like to also do that if that's a
If the
choice.
stone looks familiar to you, is that what you're asking?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, you can just see it passively that the stone itself is seems to be rough chiseled. It's slightly 1 inch in length. It's opaque. It's green. There's kind of significant as far as its shape is slightly egg and its thing, but it's really rough in the way that it's been carved and things. That's why this is of interest to Kova currently, as he's looking through the stone and analyzing certain fractals and patterns within, trying to actually see into the actual stone itself without cracking it open.
Would I be able to recognize what kind of stone it is?
For that, you would need to roll. You probably have to roll a geology check now. A nature check or an arcana check. Good choice.
I'll roll.
I think I know which one
Arcana.
he's going to pick.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna roll an Arcana check.
It's intelligence based. Depends how you're looking at it.
You never know. He might be a Bear Grylls wizard.
It's your bit. 19. So you're taking this more of a magical side to it, kind of looking and attempting to kind of figure it out. No stone that you have ever seen resembles this into the kind of the past and how you're relating. And then you kind of play it towards, is it magical? Is it not? You've seen this maybe on an item before. You've never seen this before.
Okay. Oh, one more question. What school of magic did you study back in your day?
Well, I never declared. I was just initiate. I wasn't there for too long. I was looking at observation. It was quite peculiar.
Ooh, that's a very interesting study.
It piqued the curiosity, so excuse me. It's looking now, focused intently on attempting to get a good look, and it take time. This is roughly 15 minutes has passed by as he's trying to look at it. Again, can't crack it, doesn't want to take it outside of the amulet, right? So he's attempting to do the best they can. After that, it slowly comes up. I've never seen anything quite like this. Where did you say you got it from?
It came to me in a dream when I was communicating with my diva, my celestial guide. She gifted it to me the night before I was to be sent into war.
Might be something that is not from this plane. I'm quite curious. It does not seem to be any stone that I have come across or any of the volumes I have read. It has a spiderweb fractal quality to it, from what I can tell. It's difficult, though. It bends the light in an unnatural way.
I see. Well, I thank you for taking the time to examine it.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Another request, if you don't mind. I noticed your collection of books is very extensive. I was wondering if I may take a look at them.
Well, of course. You may look and peruse. They are for sale.
I'll see what I may find.
Another question for you. I'm gonna take out some ink and parchment and like roughly sketch the symbol that we saw on the shields and show it to him. Do you recognize this symbol?
Oh. I do not.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Could I make a investigation check to see if I can find anything on the creatures that we encountered?
Sure. Go ahead and roll investigation. Investigation of 16 as you begin to thumb through the volumes. One volume, which is potentially on metallurgy, stands out as you begin to thumb through and scan the symbol that comes up within one of the chapters in relation to a material referred to as dark steel. It seems that this begins to talk more about the metal itself. Dark steel is somewhat of a mixture of things, and it's attempting to kind of piece together. It notes that this particular symbol, these dwarfs, question mark at the end, have some relation how to make dark steel, grabbing reagents that are found in subterranean regions. But it does not actually talk about them, but he references the symbol, noted that they've seen the symbol on dark steel materials before in actual like veins, like certain things are marked in like caverns and other things with the symbol. Does that make sense?
As if something was marking their territory.
Correct.
As I find that, I'm going to walk back over to the counter and say, actually, I seem to have found something. How much for this book here?
Oh, well, bring it here.
Go ahead and hand it to him.
Sorry, is about... Carl thumbs through it. It was wrote by my great-great-grandfather. It's very old. I can part ways for it for 12 gold.
Deacon, being a cheapskate, kind of looks around at the party. Waits a second.
Look back at him, shrug my shoulders.
This is precious, and in here is a lot on how to find these metals, and even the processes to put them into ingots. Metals have a variety of properties and temperatures and manipulation factors. This book does well.
Planning on becoming a blacksmith, are we?
He kind of he turns his head again to the rest of the party. And he says, yes, it is a very, very good book that seems to have things that will help me very much.
Then you should buy it.
He opens up his coin purse and he very slowly, one at a time, puts the 12 gold on the table. He goes, here you are, sir.
Grabs the coin.
Don't forget the gratuity.
Looks at him. Where do you come from? This gold is, I believe, Temerian.
I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
Oh, this is from the Temerian Republic. This coin, are you from there?
I'm not really from anywhere, if I'm being honest.
Well,
I have traveled a lot.
I see. Shuffles the coin. Puts it within the purse. In the pouch of the side. Collecting. Is there anything else you all need?
So Lucar's been very kind of silently just admiring all the gemstones on the workbench while this has all been happening, and perked up at the conversation that Maldor had with what's his name, Kolva, at around the gemstones. So it's just silently, reaches behind him into his pack and pulls out, something in his fist and then holds it out to him. and has a thick, red gemstone in his palm, and just holds it out to Kolva silently.
Oh, look at you. Oh, stares at you. Well,
Grin, puff up my chest a little bit, like,
you want me to look at that?
Please.
Tegan just says to himself, "Oh, this has got to be a goddamn joke," and he reaches behind in his cloak, and he pulls out what looks like a fairly small shield, but in the middle of it is like this opaque white gemstone. And he just goes,
I do the same thing. I said, that's pretty interesting. And I take off the ring that has my family's crest in a black gemstone. And I put it on the table as well.
What is happening? So many.
You know what? Why not? I just unstep a small compartment on my wrist strap and just put my gold gemstone on this table too.
Wow, that is incredible.
Tegan just goes, "This is some bullshit."
Want me to look at all of these?
I guess the main question is like, is there any similarities between you two, or the several here that you know of? Different colors, obviously, but
just by looking at them, they are all relatively the same size and shape. That's quite interesting. But I can look at them further. You all want?
Yeah, and I'll pay you 2 gold for your time. I don't want you to just be studying rings without any compensation.
Could you? I could use you. Have you ever had any interest in lapidary profession before?
Unfortunately, I am not too good with my hands.
Oh. If you do, I have a job for you. Quite the salesperson. Thank you for the coin.
I appreciate it.
Just be a moment. Gets them all kind of around. It's kind of using magnification, different things. At this point, another half an hour passes by. We're about 6:30. Been here for an hour now at this point. Just watching this lapidary slowly move around, investigate.
It's probably dark by now, right?
The sun is starting to drop down.
Yeah,
it's getting close to it.
Tegan is paying very close attention, but he also, like, underneath, like, at his side, is, like, moving his fingers along his coin purse, like, being like, I am very upset.
In this time, no one has stepped in. No one has came into the space. Just kind of alone here. No customers, no nothing. Really kind of portrays that Kolvas doesn't really have anybody that comes in here to talk to him.
Man, if this guy just died one day, he probably wouldn't be discovered for days.
I mean, it's a bit sad. Is he going through the stones? This time kind of passes. Kolvas slowly leans back in the chair and reads it. I believe I can conclude that these all have the same origin. They are very similar in their structure, but the pigmentation is different. How they transverse the light is strange, but albeit similar.
They all came from the same place. Were they?
The fractures within these stones, how they're done. It's as if they have been broken off of something, not necessarily a chisel, but fractured of a large bludgeoning. Cannot conclude if it's the pigment change. Most likely is separate rocks that they come from, but they are of the same origin and their evolution, I should say.
So it's not that someone colored them; it's that they come from rocks.
I believe that they have properties resembling that of gemstones. They form the structures that I have seen, but they are different, unique in their patterns. They still relate to gemstones. It is how they are bending the light that is unnatural to me. I've never seen something like that. And the pigments are from this unnatural bending of light. Each one seems to be different in how it's moving the light through. And that's how we see the colors. Out of character, if you do realize that objects, right, the light that is not being absorbed by the object, right, that the colors is what you're seeing coming off of that object, right? So basically, he's saying that when light is hitting this, it's bouncing through the pattern, bouncing through the fractals, refracting and different things. And as that's being absorbed and the light that's coming back is not the color that's being absorbed into it. So you're basically seeing the one color that is not being bounced through. And so they're all having the same pattern, the same sort of spiderweb fractaling and this crystallization structure, each one being unique, but still similar. And that's why there's different colors. If the patterns themselves, right, that spiderwebbing fractals, if those fractal structures became the same, they would all be the same color. Does that make sense?
Right, yeah.
Basically, they're acting like they're basically prisms.
Yeah. You can frame it in that way.
So there's like a deep rumbling in Lucar's chest as he looks over at, Maldor and says, "This does not bode well."
Like, also, I don't know how all of you got yours, but I'm pretty sure we're all from basically very different places.
Indeed.
Very different places is an understatement.
Yeah, my father gave me mine, so.
Same.
I don't mean to interrupt. I'd be quite invested at this point. I can take a sample from one of them and attempt to investigate further. I need to take a good piece off of one. I don't know if that is
The
something
second he says that, Tegan grabs his war gong off the table and puts it back behind his cloak and goes, "That sounds like a great idea."
Are you offering yours up, Tegan?
Not even a little.
I also do not believe I would be willing to.
Mr. Colvis, I do have a question. Since you're such an expert on gemstones and such, since these are similar, is there any way that you know of to get at least an approximate guess of like where they might have originated?
Well, I could maybe make a conclusion, but again, I would need to study properties, the degradation of them. I would be able to get the age, maybe what these were embedded into, a certain type of stone, rock, or dirt. Right, it might be relevant. But I would need to destroy one of them in the process, at least just half. These are quite small.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, this gemstone of mine is one of a kind, and I feel like I would do my family a disservice by destroying it. So I'm sorry, I can't let you do that to mine.
Oh, understandable. I just framing it in that if you all want more answers, that I could still find them.
I'm a mixed feeling because I'm in a similar boat. Like my gemstone is literally the only thing I have from my father, but I'm also torn between wanting more answers in that regard. So,
Feel free to do whatever you like, but mine is not.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to decide. Like, Mr. Colvis, what would you? I know it's hard to guess before having checked, but what would you guess to be how likely you would be able to actually ascertain answers if one of us lets you check ours?
I would be able to draw more conclusions than I have now. I'm merely looking at the surface and magnifying. By breaking it apart, I could see the way that it fractures. It could tell me more. I can also run through, look towards the spell regions, the shelves. There are certain things and processes that I can relate and the byproducts of its degradation. It can tell me a great many things, such as origin, where it comes from, time, relations of how long that it's been traversed and exposed to oxygen. There's many different things. I would be able to find conclusions.
How long will this take?
Oh, how looks towards all the samples and the crates and the bears and things. I'm quite invested at this point. Maybe a couple of days' time. I spend.
How long was the caravan going to be?
3 days from now.
Well, there was one in a few days, and then there was another one a week later.
Today is the 17th. The caravan heading out on the 20th, and the caravan heading out on the 27th. It's technically Friday, right? On a Tuesday.
Is there mention of it would be, in terms of weather conditions, better to go in the first one?
Yeah. Good. Like, I know that the second would be the last one because after that, the pass was closed.
Right.
So it's passable, but just worse.
And I do want to state something. They're saying in the terms of, in just staring at the wagons, right, and how elaborate they are and how large they are and what they're kind of carrying as far as weight is concerned. Not to say that the pass is going to be completely shut off in some sort of weird way. There is framing it in the sense that the Harak Mining Company and the way that they're sending these caravans in a kind of a weekly basis, as far just on the schedule, right? Sending once a week. Those won't be able to go through, but not to say that traders or other people, right, couldn't navigate through the pass. It's just that the weather itself is going to turn. You're going to get into the winter, and it's going to become far difficult. And the loss of the actual caravans at that point might exceed the value of getting them sent out, which could frame it as well and provide that evidence of getting this royal sanction, getting this mine to function more 24/7 before this winter happens, which lasts months, right? And so they're trying to kind of get the process working 24/7, get as much out as possible before this pass closes.
Could you have it done by the 20th? If we were to.
I think I could.
Well, from what he's saying, he could probably have it done by the first caravan, if need be.
A couple days, yes. Give me a couple days. My rate. I don't mean to bring up coin, but I spent all my time these 2 days. It would be 8 gold pieces a day. 16 total for the 2.
It's so tough. I want to know, but I feel like if I went back home with this ring destroyed, my family would not be too happy about it.
I'll be honest. As much as I'm torn on the matter, similarly, I'm more interested in answers because considering where I came from, I think I'd be more interested in that than the gemstone itself, even though I would ideally prefer to keep the gemstone. But if I could possibly get answers, not only for myself, but for the rest of you too, then as tough as it is, I think it'd be worth it for me. So I'll just gesture to my gemstone, which is still on the counter, and there's your. If you want to take a look at it, and I also set down 16 gold.
Actually, I cannot offer the same that you did, but I will gladly pay for his services as my contribution to this.
Tegan kind of speaks up and he goes, Listen, I'm not one for superstition or prophecy, but everything that's happened so far, the 5 of us meeting the way we did, the 5 of us having these things, I don't think it's smart to destroy one of them in an attempt to learn more.
Well, wouldn't fully destroy it.
Well, more or less, it would essentially be destroyed. It would be. It's like taking an item and taking it apart to its pieces to the point where it can't be reassembled.
I'm
Well,
actually more curious if it can be destroyed.
I mean, as far as I know, it's just a gemstone, just a peculiar one, I believe.
Like I said, do what you want. I'm not one to be controlling or manipulative. Well, I take that back. But I don't know. Something just feels wrong about this. Taboo, if you will.
I get that, but it feels like if we don't get answers on that matter, we'll be, at the very least, it would be a lot longer in getting any answers on where they come from. And obviously, because I thought they were just, well, unique and interesting, I didn't think they were particularly special until obviously all of us have one.
Weird.
So at this point, I'm more interested in hopefully getting answers on that matter.
Zeph, whatever you feel like you have to do, you do it.
Yeah, same here. I wouldn't want to force you into anything, but if this is something you'd like to do,
I mean, unless somebody else has at least a possible alternate path to answers, but I don't know of any.
just out of curiosity, would my dad have ever told me where the ring came from, where the stone itself embedded in the ring came from?
No, he wouldn't know either.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, my family doesn't know much about it. It's just been passed down from generation to generation, so.
I don't even know that much, to be honest.
For you, Willow, so for House, right? So you do have the information. I'm not saying the origin of what like the stone, but the information
Okay.
was that this stone was found in the isle itself, upon kind of building and things. It was excavated from kind of the actual rock, and things seem to be just embedded the small fragment of it. It's not something
Okay.
that is your house, though, that has that tail, right? The tail is we found it, right, on the foundation of the very matter we built the house upon.
Right. But yeah, no specific details, as in like where the gem comes from or anything like that. Just how they found it.
That could be a made-up story, right? That they're
Right.
just saying that. It could also be
Maybe
that
they
the
stole it.
stone
They didn't want into it.
Maybe it was there, right? That it was actually this little piece that was in the bedrock and the foundation that they used, but that's all you have to go off
Okay.
Is so this one then?
Yeah.
Right.
The gold one.
Okay, and I will pay him for his services.
Much obliged. I will. The shop will be closed here in a little bit time, and I'll be eating. But I will get started tonight. I think it's as much time I can take. Are you sure about this?
No, but I'm going to do it anyway.
All right.
And thank you again for everything, my friend. We will see you very soon.
Of course, you're more than welcome to come by the next day if you would like. Get progress. It's no worries. You all have a good evening.
You too,
You
sir.
Farewell. All right, y'all begin to leave. All right, so that
In
happens.
silence.
In silence, yeah, in silence. No one says anything, just funneling out.
We're actually running to get as far away from this building as possible before he tries and split that gem.
Yeah. And summons another kraken to the
Yeah.
building.
The entire shop just disapparates into another plane of existence or something.
Yeah,
And the gem is left standing.
Yeah, it's still there.
the gem is left standing. So
Hey,
you all
Tegan.
get to the tavern. I won't go through the description. We've been here before, so.
I'll just walk and talk. Hey, Tegan.
So,
You have knowledge about the see invisibility spell, right?
yeah, for the most part. I mean, I don't have that much experience with it, but
Could I bother you to copy down this spell so that I can maybe use it in the mines to see those dwarves?
I don't know if I have it necessarily in writing, but I can walk you through what I've learned so far.
Okay.
What-
Yeah, can
what-
you go ahead and do that for me?
What are you asking about?
Well, would he just like do the spell and then I would know how to do it? How would that work?
So are you? So again, are you basically asking Tegan, like, in character at this point, right? Like, oh, do you have that spell? Do you know how to use that spell? So so Tegan does not work off of like a spell book like your own.
Right.
So Tegan would essentially manifest this spell and demonstrate it for you, and then
Okay.
you would basically watch and imitate the motions, and it would be a very much Karate Kid moment.
Okay. Yeah, we can sit down at a table and then you can show me it. How
If you're, yeah, depending on the spell, always not a good, make sure time and place.
Listen.
Right? Yeah.
see invisibility wouldn't cause a big.
No, see
Trust me,
invisibility is
Fireball.
fine. See invisibility is fine. But like,
said
it's fireball.
no
yeah.
spell casting at the dinner table.
It wouldn't cause like a big ruckus though, right? That's invisibility is just a buff.
No, I'm talking about the shatter, because you're like, no, that shatters fell earlier. Right?
Yeah.
No, I
The
don't
whole
want-
table is just like,
I'm not trying to shatter anything right now.
Hey, Maldor, stand still.
But yeah, if you can show me that, Tegan, I would like to be able to use it so that if we need to sneak in there, we don't get surprised by anything.
Right now, in front of everyone?
I don't see why not.
Geez, very forward.
Like, which spell are you talking about?
See invisibility.
Oh. I can
I
also
imagine-
do that too.
You have it as well?
Yep.
You kind of see Tegan kind of crack his back a little bit, reach into his component pouch, and pull out this almost. It looks like a mineral that's very brittle. He crumbles it into powder, and he kind of rubs it under his eyes, and he just whispers to himself, "Give me sight." And his eyes glow white.
And then, as far as me scribing into a spell book, how does that work?
You
Because
just
I'm just
start doing it.
interested.
You get the papers out, and you're just writing away.
Yeah, just like really fast, like impossibly fast. Just
Yeah, just Just writing it down, taking notes, and after the imitation kind of happens, you can practice it, take more notes, take more notes, and eventually, after time has passed, right, you have successfully brought that into your spell.
Keegan kind of reaches into his pouch and pulls out some of the mineral, and he holds it in his hand. And he says, "You're gonna need this."
I use this other ring as my focus, so I do not use material components.
Okay,
But I appreciate it. Thank you.
fair enough. And he'll put it back in his component pouch.
And would you add that, or would I add the spell?
I can put that spell into your spell list.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, since we're here settled in, I know where some of you got your gems from, but as of the rest of you, where did you happen to acquire yours from?
This sounds like a conversation best had over drinks.
Yep.
These
Let's
bar records
let's order
wobbling,
and we'll
platters,
Preferably
we'll
mini.
talk this out.
slabs of goat, and other sorts of jams and jellies and gravies and different things being slammed down in different platters made of wood, some stone, others metal. Pitchers and things, eventually pour from a small cask after freshly tapping it, kind of pouring it down into the actual mugs themselves, begins to slosh them sliding around. It is Barlow's special. He is now slightly finishing off the delivery food back and forth, sits down upon the bench very cheerily and folds the arms. Welcome back. How was Pelus?
Very interesting. He is a very charming character.
I do enjoy Pelu. Pelu is quite funny. Well, here we have, begins to label all the food, breads and other things that's laid out. Yep, well, is everything to your liking? Slides off the bench. Anything else you need? Nope.
Not at the moment.
Nice.
All right. Very well. Begins to run away.
So you were saying, Tegan?
Well, just wondering where the rest of you acquired your gems from. I can tell you my story is nothing special. He pulls out the small shield again, and he lays it on the table, and he says, "I've just kind of had this for as long as I can remember. It was embedded in this when I found it. Well, I didn't find it. To be honest, it was always puzzling because looking back, I just can't remember a time when I didn't have it."
Do you have voids in your memory?
I don't know necessarily if it's voids or just I don't know. It's all I know is that's the only thing I have from my family.
What about you, Zeph? What's your story behind your gem?
My mom gave it to me, but she got it from my father, who I've never actually seen myself. They had to part ways when I was very young. But that he's from he and my mom are from like an island nation, Zigras, quite a distance from here, I believe. That's all I know about it, though. I don't even know where he got it.
Interesting. Yeah. So the story I didn't say in there is that there's a legend that House Willow found this stone embedded in the bedrock of the isle that I'm from. But that's a story they tell, so it's hard to know how real that is. But yeah, that's all I really know about it. My dad gave it to me when I was leaving. He said to keep it on you at all times. So
Well, I sure hope that wasn't the case for mine, because
Lucar, how did you come to find yours?
So I've just kind of been sitting here silently, ravenously attacking the goat, just not lost in thought. And as soon as I hear my name, my eyes raise and frills start to twitch a little bit, and just say that I had been given mine by a dragon who had a close, strained, and interesting relationship with our clan, and I had not seen her in many years. And then pause a little bit, seemingly just thinking, debating about what to say. I continue on that I'm actually from this continent, further to the south, and so was the dragon that gave me this stone. But I do not know where she is now, and I wouldn't be able to to ask her more about it.
Understandable.
And then Maldor, yours was given to you by someone in the Astral Sea, correct?
Technically, it was just before I left for the Astral Sea. So I grew up on the Plane of Helm. My kind is gifted, selected. It's hard to say the process. We all have a spiritual guide of sorts, a celestial diva, usually. She communicated with me through dreams when I slept. She would whisper. It's more ideas than communication. Thoughts of hope and valor and things meant to train us and put us on our path. The night before I was to be sent to the Astral Sea to guard the Celestial Gates, she came to me as per usual, but her whispers were different. They were charged with a sense of fate and purpose, something more profound than she had ever sent before. And she leaned forward and placed her hand on my chest, and she kissed me on my forehead. And when I awoke, grasping for her hand, I was holding my amulet, which I had had for a few days at that point, and it now had the stone pressed into it. And you see Maldor kind of clutching the amulet as he's talking about this.
So, and y'all are welcome to rebuttal this, but my family does believe in a certain type of destiny. It's why I'm on this journey. It's kind of the whole thing is go experience the world, have a story of legend, and then come back and fulfill your duty to the land you're from. It feels like, say these gems all came from a similar place. Maybe we were meant to meet up like this. It's the only way I can really make sense of it.
It does at least seem to be a common thread for why something was hunting us, or that we were indeed the thing being hunted.
Do you think that thing mentioning chosen ones, they referred to a group? Our group?
It would start to seem more likely.
Yeah, maybe.
Tegan kind of rolls his eyes and he's just like, He just sighs and then just downs whatever meat or ale or whatever's in front of him.
But yeah, the moniker of Chosen Ones feels on the nose, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But I don't know. It feels like
it's a very catchy title, though.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, hopefully we'll have some more light shed upon this in the next coming days.
Speaking of, do we...
Helion finishes the drink, slowly slides and sides over. sits down.
Welcome, Captain.
Hello?
Hello. What did you all figure out today?
So much.
We have secured passage for any that need it on the 2 remaining caravans leaving out of the town in the coming week.
Nice. Spoke with that Duke today.
Oh, really? How did
How's
that go?
he?
Yeah, it went all right. It was a brief conversation, really talking about what happened. Duke was quite curious of you lot. Told that you all had dispatched those creatures and kind of had spoken along with me to the larger one, and just was wanting to understand the tale of what had happened. Apparently, the Duke has invited us to breakfast in the morning. Trying to tell about the tragedy that befell my ship. Drinks.
Interesting.
Hate rich people.
From what we were able to determine, he seems like he is a bit of a figurehead and not much else.
He is. Very much so.
He
but-
is the ultimate manager.
Unless he does have some weight, it seems, pulling Palu around for things. Well,
The only thing is we have prior engagements involving the mine.
Unless he eats breakfast real early.
Yeah, we will have to make it an early breakfast.
said come whenever we'd like. I imagine we can go there and bright and early and awake him from his own bedchambers.
Well, that'll be fun.
Oh, yes.
We'll see how much weight my name really does hold then.
Suppose so. Well, let you all have your time if you want to talk amongst yourselves. Doing so with my crew as well as Rubark, and well, cheers, alright?
One moment before you leave, Captain. Have you ever had any encounter? I imagine not, spending most of your time seabound, but have you ever encountered a type of pale dwarf that comes from below the ground?
No, I've never. As far as I'm concerned, there's only one type of dwarf, but it's a dwarf. I've never. Pale, you
thing.
said? Are they just?
Yeah, they seem to
seen
speak a
sun.
language that none of us understood. Yes, and they seemed like they probably did not get out much.
Oh, well, I've never encountered anything like that. It sounds. Well, all I can say is maybe promise them a good sunbath.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right, well, I'll be over the table. Call if you need me. Shakes the head, walks away.
I guess
We-
before we call it a night, is there anything else y'all want to go over?
So are we settled then that we intend to take on this endeavor? I feel this is a military action. We have stumbled into two sides quarreling over territory. If we are to march down there and solve the problem, we are essentially becoming the spear tip of someone else's war.
I mean,
Well,
maybe
here-
not necessarily. I mean, there's still a possibility for negotiation or such.
Oh, absolutely.
Obviously, it started out badly, but that wasn't completely our fault.
Here's my thing: is that traveling cost coin, and not really flush with it.
And plus, we need to do something for the next 3 days.
Yes, I'm not a particular fan of those creatures. They did not present themselves. They do not seem to be particularly scrupulous. However, I am out of place everywhere I go here, and to be sent down there to slaughter them wholesale for coin would not, for me, be unlike having been sent into this town to slaughter these people for coin. Except these people did not attack me.
Maybe that's the through line here. Is that the people didn't attack you, but those things did.
Well, here's the thing, though, and obviously, this is making a lot of broad assumptions. We don't have no idea. For all we know, they felt like they were attacked or encroached upon first, and that's why they attacked. We don't know.
What if instead of marching back down the way that we came, we go and investigate those missing prospectors.
I mean, I think we more or less got the impression that's generally where they came from.
Well, they
were
disappeared in a
further-
different
Yeah,
place.
they were up north or something, right?
Yeah. It mentioned a ridge line of some kind to the north.
Oh,
A couple hours
I
of travel
misunderstood
to
that
the
part.
north.
It could be there's another entrance.
that's
Or they got eaten
yeah,
out there.
yeah, I missed that part. So
Yeah,
yeah,
it could be a
actually, that would be
bear
good idea.
attack. I mean, it was really open ended. Pele just tried to make a connection. And it was
Honestly,
almost
yeah.
like throwing it out of left field, hoping that there might be some connection.
I mean, honestly, I missed that part. I would be actually open to investigating that first because if there's even possibility of there being a different entrance or something, rather than
Sounded
going
like-
down that tunnel for another hour,
They were pretty
It-
far away, weren't they? Like,
at least an hour. 'Cause,
I
like,
mean, where they disappeared.
yeah, how
Yeah,
far
I
was
think he
that?
said it was like several hours away or something, right?
Are you talking
Yeah.
about?
But where the people disappeared.
Missing prospectors.
Like where they had been sent.
Yeah, they were in times of travel, based on what Pele was saying, that would take 2 to 3 hours of actually reaching the place of where they were kind of sent out. The map itself was made into like grid units, right? And it was kind of designated collecting samples upon the rock and these certain things upon the ridge that kind of borders this mountain scope. And so it has to be around there, right, that these prospectors were supposed to be at. And so that's where...
Okay, cool. I have a question then. Maybe this would be a better question for someone better direction oriented than me, but do we know the general direction that the tunnel we went down? Do we know which direction that went?
That was going southeast.
And which direction was the miners disappeared?
North.
So it's kind of the opposite direction, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my only fear with investigating there is that we would spend most of the day doing such, and if it turned out to be nothing, we come back to a town in mid-invasion.
Yeah. I think the problem with backing out now is that we kicked a hornet's nest, and that if we left it alone, we would
To be
kind
fair,
of be leaving
someone
them.
else did the kicking.
Yeah,
no,
but they
the-
hadn't.
The only
they
other-
hadn't-
if we weren't going to go ourselves, we would need to ensure that they would need to ensure that they have some sort of a force they could send themselves. Like someone is going to have to deal with this problem. It's just a
Listen,
question of-
from what we were told, these encounters have been happening for hundreds of years. This isn't the first time this has happened. This won't be the last unless we take care of it, whether it be diplomatically or by force. I know that these... It feels wrong to call them creatures at this point. They spoke Dwarvish.
Well, anything living is a creature until you know specifically what it is. Because what else are you going to call them?
These things were organized. They had written language. They had strategy. Like we had previously talked about, this was a militarized force.
Well, also, I mean, like, both things also need to be investigated, although I'm not sure if we're going to be able to do both. But if we had to choose one first, I personally would be inclined to investigating the missing miners, just because we don't know where if they're being held hostage, who knows how long they'll be safe.
Yeah,
or
I'm-
if they're just
It just
pretty-
literally clicked in my head right now, something that Michael said like 20 minutes ago. Mr. Kulvas has explosives. We need to stop him by explosives.
Well, he
in the
did?
morning. Yeah.
Oh, I completely missed that.
I heard it, but I was focused on the gem stuff, and then it
Yeah.
literally just clicked. I'm like, we're going back. No, we need explosives.
The part of
Yeah,
that
it's like that.
description was that there's an arrangement with the rock mining company. They deliver soil and certain things. And Kolvas is the source of how they clear out some of these mines.
Well, he's got to do something most of
Makes
the days.
explosives. Yeah, he's got to do something most
Yeah,
of
I
the
can't
day.
imagine he's actually examining gemstones every day.
Exactly. Yeah. So you're getting the whole point of the description is really to understand the facet of Kolvas' laboratory business.
I mean, I don't think it would be... The last encounter we had, went fairly well for us. But if we face a more organized and prepared force for what we would bring, it might not end as well. So
Also, yeah. Also,
Yes.
my biggest worry about the explosives part is just the inherent instability of using it in the cavern or tunnel.
You are correct. That's precisely why I want them. It could be useful in blocking off routes of ingress or egress should the battle become multifaceted.
I suppose it couldn't hurt to have one or two on hand. It just
If
or
we have,
cutting off and collapsing the tunnel.
If we have breakfast with the Duke tomorrow, surely he's got some sway over the guard or whatever force they have here. If this is important to him as well, and we did venture deeper,
sure he's
you know,
the one
we
who
could
actually-
could do so with you know, his forces potentially.
So
I'm pretty
send
sure
some
he's the one
pawns
who
in first.
actually commands the guards. So,
Is
they
Send some
have.
pawns with us. I would
Is the
imagine.
Duke's estate like in town, or is this like a traveling distance away?
Well,
Yeah, on the
he
map.
literally just the captain literally just spoke to him today. So
Yeah, you mean he's, you know, it's off a cobbled road and into, you know, the manor, which is 2-story. It was noted in the description of the village upon entry, and it stands out on the northwestern side of the village. It's not very far from you. You can get there in about
Gotcha.
9 minutes.
At any
Okay.
rate, perhaps we should you know, sleep and speak to the Duke in the morning and decide the course of action.
Wasn't
From there.
wasn't Pelu supposed to meet us for dinner? Was he just flirting?
I think he was just flirting.
No, okay.
He was.
Just didn't want to stand anyone up.
well. Also, did he specify tonight he was going to meet us, or just in general invitation?
I do not think it was that specific.
It is quite strange that he's not here, though.
I think he was. I got the impression he's more like leaving himself open to invitation if we wanted him to join us.
Well, he was most definitely open for invitation.
Zeph, at this point, as the night progresses, your golden gemstone appears on the table in front of you, on one of the planks just to the right of your cup.
Wait, what? That's
Nope.
That might
Nope.
complicate things for.
We need to
Mr.
go
Tobus.
see what is
Nope.
going on over there.
Nope.
Yeah. I think I'll pay my tab and however much that was. How much was that?
Just set a tap for food and drink, I think was arranged. Nothing really priced wise was
Yeah,
provided.
I don't think we haven't actually parsed
Cool.
it yet.
Yeah, I'm going to get up and unless someone objects, I'm going to head back to Coldus.
Did we see it appear? Like, was it obvious to us that
Yeah,
Yeah,
right in the
sorry,
middle
it's
of the
there. Just all of a sudden
Yeah.
there in the middle
Is
of the
it?
table.
It's whole and
Yeah.
unscathed.
Unscathed.
That would
Yeah,
Hmm.
let's head to Clovis's. That's fucking creepy.
yeah.
All right.
That's wild.
No, you did the scam wrong. You're supposed to sell him the gem and then call it back, not pay him and then call it back.
All right. I put on my cloak and get ready to head out.
Well.
Oh my god.
Boy, his timing.
Sees you on the table, sits down on the chair. Oh my goodness! Takes off the chapeau and curls on the cloak and sits down. Barlow special, is it? Wonderful. Barlow.
Yep.
Barlow.
Yeah, just as Zeph was getting up.
Oh, are you? Barlow runs over, stops. Are you leaving?
Something came up. I have to check out real quick.
All right. Well, do hurry back, please. The night is still young, yes?
Zeph, would you
Yeah.
like me to come with you?
If you care to, yes.
Yeah, I think I will. We'll be
Let us-
back.
Let us know if you need assistance.
All right. Well,
Yeah, we'll do.
Barlow. looks like
Before
a lot of
Varus leaves, I'm going to, before he gets up to leave, I'm going to slide the book I bought on the table. I'm going to say, you could probably get more out of this than I could. Go ahead and look it over when you get the chance.
Okay, and I'll put it in my bag. And then me and Zeph will head
Yeah.
over there.
All right. So finishing up just here in the tavern, seems that the Palo Riza begins to kind of place an order with Barlow just to eat and get a plate right and eat off of what you have here. Also begins to slide a coin purse over to Barlow and taps on the shoulder, kind of eavesdropping a little bit. It seems as paying for your current meal, right, or your tab in a way to kind of graciousness of accepting them at the table. Gets a Barlow special as well. Barlow then is going to leave. At this point in time, I'm going to go ahead and traverse just you two over to the map. So Zeph and Mars here. So I'm going to pull to scene.
We find the whole place exploded. It's gone.
I'm gonna go ahead and cast the lycantrop.
You're going to cast light?
Target myself.
Yeah, you can target yourself and just put it on there. Prompt you for this check. So coming up to coming up to the space here of the actual lapidary, doesn't seem like anything's different. Nothing changed. You see light coming from the seams of the door. You can't really see much of what.
It's definitely locked, so
as you try the door, seems to be locked. Noting that when you left, there was kind of a sliding mechanism, right? Just like a sliding bolt, right? That kind of comes across this metal thing that's on the stone of the backside. Smoke now starts to billow from the bottom of the door.
That's not good. I'll knock really loud real quick and give him like 30 seconds to listen.
Nothing happens.
Do I hear any commotion or anything?
Perception.
Right.
As you put your ear to the door, you hear the sounds of burning wood on fire.
Bad. What do I have for this? Do you have anything to knock down a door really fast?
Okay, so this is up to Michael. Can I Misty Step through the door?
I think you have to see where
you have to be able to see through the seams. You can't get a good pinpoint to Misty Step through. You do have a very diverse spell vocabulary, and looking through your spellbook, I'm not going to meta for you, but there is one particular spell that could actually work in this endeavor.
You have not.
Would it Earth's been grasping the door and ripping it open? Can I do that?
Good. You could attempt to do that. You could grab the door with the earth and try to maneuver it to kind of open it. Yeah.
Okay. So
You're
I'll
attempting
do that.
to kind of grab it and then break the actual bar at the back end.
Yeah.
Okay. So you can just use it. You can lay down this spell template if you really want to. What I'm going to be doing is rolling something here. So as you cast the spell from the earth, it kind of wraps around the staircase, begins to kind of grab towards the door a little bit and begins to kind of force a maneuver. It's squeezing tightly. Some of the stone pieces actually are falling off of the actual stone door itself. And then in a moment, you hear a tinge as the door violently swings open from the grasp. Then you let go of the spell to clear the space from the actual earth as it begins to drop down. I'm going to go ahead and remove the template and your concentration there. And now the sounds of this particular fire are kind of coming through. I'm going to try to emulate it with kind of sound effects, but I don't necessarily have a good necessarily like fire thing. I think I have like a burning sound, but let me see if I can get that going.
Holy shit. Fucking killed an old man.
Yeah, did this thing just violently explode and just come back to me or something? It's the impression I'm getting. Like,
I don't know.
I didn't see like a fireplace or anything in there, right? So no others.
There is no fireplace that you can see. Yeah, so
yeah,
I don't know if that sound effect is coming through. I'll probably just have to accept that as it is.
Hear it.
Yeah, I don't think it's coming through. Some of the SFX not necessarily built that well.
I hear fire.
It might be playing in the tavern.
Yeah,
is it playing?
Wait, I hear it now. It's just kind of low.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I hear it. It's actually pretty good.
It's coming through now. Okay, yeah, it's coming through. Okay. So, all right. So as the door now swings violently open, you see the shelves. Numerous of them are currently on fire. The barrels and the crates inside of their corner are on fire. You don't necessarily see Kolva, but you see the stick nearby, the actual kind of central table here that is currently on fire, but the actual kind of stands here are made of metal. One thing is for certain, I'm going to draw kind of a radius here, just in a square, a couple of them anyways, designating the fire itself and the path it begins to take and travel.
Oh shit. That's not good.
Flames kind of shooting and sparking, the smoke billowing through, becoming difficult to breathe. I need both of you to make Constitution saving throws.
Awesome.
Man, this goat is amazing.
That is quite delicious.
14, Willow, maintaining
Wow.
yourself. Zeph, you become exhausted. I'm going to put you in exhaustion level 1 from breathing in the smoke.
Awesome.
I'm really
I
glad
will hold
don't
my
need
breath.
to-
Now. Too
I'm
late.
going,
Uh,
if you'll let me, I'm gonna try to misty step towards the counter where we were at before.
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean, there's space to traverse through the flames if you want to dare get close, but obviously it's made of stone, mainly the structure, so that is not on fire. It's bouncing almost as if there's something that exploded outwards, and now there's bits and pieces on fire, and then it's spreading towards the other wooden objects.
I'll just tell
Hey.
Zeph I'll be right back, and then misty step.
yeah, I'll go the long way because I can't teleport.
Go ahead and click. The coolest
then-
effect ever. I love it so much.
Yeah.
I do it for fun sometimes.
Okay, and then do I see anything?
You come across the counters looking over. You see Kolvas appears to be badly burned. Most of, actually half of the body of the sitter torso up, and a few of the leg pieces are burned. Is currently on fire.
Oh,
I am going to run. Oh, I'm going to leap over this metal counter and get to him.
All right.
And cast Cure Wounds.
Okay.
At second level.
Okay. You're gonna try to put out the flames as well.
Oh, is he on fire?
He's on fire.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
All
I missed
right.
that part.
I won't have a skill check for that. I'm sure you can kind of manage trying to get the fire put out on your own, grabbing different sorts of cloth of yourself and patting it down, just bits and pieces of the flame. It seems more of like an explosive had gone off in front of Kolvas. As you
Wonder
begin to
what?
recover, regains hit points as many of the wounds begin to kind of enclose, revealing the scars from the burns. Still burned, still scarred, and unconscious, especially from the smoke that continues to billow out. At this point in time, I
Yeah.
need both of you to make Constitution saving throws again.
Going poorly. Oh, man. Come on.
Right, you have exhaustion level 2, half your movement speed, Zeph. At this point, Willow, your
I can
exhaustion level
I can
1.
barely well, I'm going to try. I can barely do it normally, but now especially. I'm going to try and lift Kolvas and get him out of here.
can I assist in lifting him? Like one, we each put an arm over our shoulder and just pull him
Sure.
out together.
Yeah, begin to
Actually,
navigate
can
it.
I?
Kolvas
It's
is a
just-
dwarf, is quite heavy. Zeph, your strength is a 9.
Yeah, I was about to just to help myself out. I'm going to
While-
cast
while
enhance
Dora
ability on
Lucar,
myself.
like-
That DM grin.
Yeah, no, you can attempt to pull out yourself. I need you to make a strength check, please. After enhanced ability comes through. Why not?
Which one is it? Spirit Bulls, okay. Alright, strength you said?
Yeah, strength check, please. Based on the effect here, you're going to cancel out essentially the disadvantage from exhaustion. You get a 4
again,
trying to
good
pick Kolvas up.
advantage.
I'm going to go ahead and move you into this spot. You get Kolvas just to here and falls flat against as you tire out. Willow, at this point, you can help if you'd like.
Okay. So strength check.
You both don't need to make strength checks if you're both helping each other in this endeavor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, how strong are you?
I am an 11.
Well, stronger than me. So I'll attempt to help you. My casting invisibility on myself was essentially just so I'm not an hindrance.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay.
Why not?
All right. Well, we'll try to drag him out the
Where are you
long
going?
way around.
Long way around. Okay.
Yeah.
Putting Kolvas
I can't
here,
Misty Step with people,
moving
right?
position here, and moving Zeph
I think
here.
you can.
You cannot Misty Step with people.
Or
Yeah,
I'm
that's
not
what I
saying
thought.
I'm mixing it up with Dimension Door.
Dimension door, yeah, correct. You get to this point. This took some time. Zeph, you're coughing, having a difficult time. It seems now at this point that you're kind of funneling the air around you, going back to your racial traits here at this stage, and you're kind of creating almost a effect around to not succumb to the smoke because it's getting thicker and thicker, and kind of learning the anticipation of what was happening was unable, but now it's kind of this fight for survival at this point. The fire continuing to spread. I'm going to go ahead and make a few more checks here after time had passed, getting to this point, and I need Willow to make another Constitution saving throw.
Oh, God.
All right, Willow falling to the exhaustion level of 2. You as well are slow to move, choking upon the smoke. The fire had yet to jump to the bottom shelves at the south side, but it has encompassed all of the central shelves at this point. There's little bits of popping being happening, as potentially in the jars there was other volatile compounds within them, but nothing that is exploding quite yet. It's getting a dangerous situation, but you are anticipating that even with half moon speed, you'll be able to get out the door. Is that what you're choosing to do?
Yes.
Yeah.
Dragon
I'm
Kolva.
hoping we have time to grab the dynamite or whatever it is for 2, so it doesn't go boom. But I don't think we're gonna have time.
I don't want to risk it.
Well, after we get Kolvas out.
So getting Kolvas out, you see the fire kind of raging and roaring from inside. Difficult to tell as the smoke itself is billowing out. The roaring flames continue. At this point, there are individuals that begin to push through, some of which are actually kind of folk that resemble just regular miners and things, kind of forming around off the map. Others pushing through our actual guard as they kind of begin to come through. 2 of which come in from the north, 2 come in from the east side, and more 3 of which are actually coming from the west as they're running and kind of towards the smoke now billowing through the straw thatch as it's gone to the second floor, the smoke anyways, and going through the actual roof rafters. Now grabbing onto Kolvas, 2 of these, one which human, the other one's a halfling. They're wearing kind of just chainmail that's loosely over similar clothing of the miners that they wore. They're young in the face, different variety, obviously, of race and colorations and things. But as they kind of grab on to Kolvas, they're grabbing on to Kolva here, and they're grabbing on and they're pulling and they're looking at you both as you're coughing as well. And so they're attempting to assist you both as well, grabbing onto you to help you, noticing you're coughing violently from the actual smoke itself. One kind of raises the hand, which is a human, first on scene from the north. What happened? What happened?
I mean, we can only sort of guess at this point, but all we know for certain is something definitely, probably exploded in there and basically caught everything on fire.
Oh my
We
gosh.
heard the sound and we rushed over.
And also, FY, there is still explosives in there, if that's the concern.
We gotta get out of here. You see grabbing
Yeah.
Kolva and dragging off the map at this point.
No one wants to try and get it.
Are you both hanging by the staircase on the road, or are you heading off map to get away from this building as fast as
I'm
possible?
getting away.
Well,
I'm
like, how
not
close
trying
were the
to
flames
grab
to the
this.
explosive?
They were 5 feet away from the shells.
No dynamite is
It's
worth my
it's a
life.
yes or
I'm
no
running
question
away.
at this point, Zeph. Are you going across the road, or are you going to stay in your position you're currently at?
Like, how fast were they spreading? Like, really fast?
I'm just asking you a yes or no question. Are you going with some guard? Are you going with Kolva?
No,
Sakash, are you going with Willow? Are you staying near the entrance of the lapidary?
Fine, I guess I'll go with them. If I wasn't slowed as it is, I probably would, but...
Fair enough.
Okay, so you go with, as you do, I'm going to drag you both slightly off. I'm not going to drag you off map. but I'm going to pull you back to the actual village map here, getting you off of that particular scene. All of you, at this point, hear a massive explosion erupt.
Oh God!
From the actual the lapidary itself, as it kind of begins to ring outwards, the stone and straw thatching goes up in a large plume. Some of the debris of the walls smashes through, just clearing outside of the rain debris. The guard fall into the snow. Some of the miners kind of hide behind the hovels as the explosion happens. It's not nearly as dramatic as, you know, movies probably make it out to be, but it's more of like kind of an implosion happens, right, where the walls kind of crack outwards and bits and pieces come out. The straw thatching kind of pushes up a little bit, and smoke now is continuing to fall through at a dramatic rate. You see as the guard are kind of looking, noticing that the hovels nearby, all of which are made out of straw and stone, and some that have some bits and pieces of wood, the guard start yelling out to grab water. So the guard are now running to the wells. They're pushing off different materials away from the lapidary. They're attempting to do what they can. Now, the lapidary in position space is very close to the tavern. I mean, this is literally a jaunt, a half of a walk. So everyone at the tavern at this point, coming back to Peloriza, sipping upon this special and enjoying that, is immediately taken back, and after having the conversation, just having a humble, polite conversation about each other, just similar, just having simple things. Won't go into too much detail unless we would like to.
Maldor would just look at Tegan before we all take off. It's like, I thought you were teaching him to see invisible things. Jesus.
Tegan immediately sprinted for the door the second the explosion went off.
Okay, just want to clarify maybe in that time frame what was happening. Again, it was seconds, right, that this was all happening, so not too much happening in terms of conversation. So everyone in the actual tavern, right, kind of hears the kind of explosion. The crew begins to walk out. Captain Kilian, Quartermaster Rubark, and Peloriza, they all kind of exit the tavern. I'm not going to move tokens at this point. There's not a real reason to theater of mind it. So as you're coming outside of the actual tavern and staring, right, which is literally a block away almost. I mean, this is not even 60 feet in the way that the tavern is positioned to the lapidary. You see the smoke billowing through, and now bits and flames as well upon the straw. There's people moving, kind of grabbing buckets and running from wells as fast as possible. There's a lot of shouting and other sorts of things that are happening. I'm going to go ahead and put a little bit of the shouting happening. It's more like a siege shout, but it's enough to give the kind of description of what is going on. Then I'm going to pull you both or all of you to the actual village map just to get us off the tavern as we're kind of navigating through, as you're kind of pushing through the crowd, just grabbing buckets and barrels. You all three can see Tegan and Varys. You see them both as they're kind of nearby Kolva, so the lapidary, inside the snow just to the north on the other side of the road. Now push about 50 to 20 feet away near the village or market or square. As the buckets are moving past, you can see that Kolva is still breathing, now coming up to the rest of the party. They themselves are still coughing. They're having a difficult time. A couple of the hunters and rangers have moved up, and they're almost inspecting you for wounds, looking at Kolva, helping out with bandages, but everyone's really more focused on getting the fire put out, throwing buckets of water onto the structure. Some are grabbing ladders and kind of using the ladders to climb up and throwing it onto the actual rooftop as well. So they're trying to, because it is made out of stone, it's not necessarily that the structure can catch fire. Others are grabbing on pitchforks. They're trying to take off the straw thatching of the roof quickly as possible before it kind of catches fire, hoping that they can get it off. And so this is what is happening. So now you're all brought together at this point, and you're by the village square.
What the hell happened?
I mean,
it blew up. What do you think happened?
Yeah. I'm just kind of trying to see if I can get Kulvis to wake up.
Deegan runs over and he'll cast Cure Wounds because he doesn't know any better. He thinks he's hurt.
Cast Cure Wounds is still unconscious. Some of the wounds themselves heal. You don't really see much of the burns, but just the scars from the burns as you're accelerating the healing process through your magic.
Yeah, I'll just be lightly tapping him on the face to see if I can get him awake.
Roll a medicine check, please.
Okie dokie.
Most likely have to do it from the character sheet based on
Oh, wait. Why is that doing an advantage?
So you have exhaustion.
Disadvantage.
So 10, exhaustion, still coughing. You're attempting to wake the lapidary Kolva up, unable.
Well, it may be a bit before we can get answers from Kolva's, but well, shit.
Like Maldor would just immediately like start grabbing random people off the street and barking orders and like trying to dig a fire break and like just sort of help the situation, like
Sounds
make sure
good.
people are doing things.
All right, go ahead and make a persuasion check, please. Or intimidation. Whichever one you probably go for. Probably intimidation.
Can I do that from my character sheet since we're not on the? How
You
do I do
can't.
that?
Yes, you have to do it from
C.
your character sheet since the tokens are on the board. So you can
just
actually
C.
you can press C on your keyboard. It pops up your character sheet. And then from there you can actually click just the skills in the attributes tab and it'll roll.
Ah, there we go. Thanks.
All right, so intimidation to 20, barking orders, eventually forming the fire line. This brigade, as they're now working in unison, accelerating the process. Many of the guard are looking up to you and helping you out as well. Halu has now found his way over to Lot. Is he dead?
No, he seems to be fine now, but he's still unconscious.
I wouldn't say fine.
Physically.
Still Lord Kova, you rascal. Did he... What happened? Why did you all leave? Raises an eyebrow.
Bit
It's
hard
a
to
bit
explain.
Then, freak
It's a
action.
longer story
Yeah,
than
bit hard to explain, but short version, he was looking into something for us, and possibly that exploded. We don't actually know yet.
Tegan face palms.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie about it.
Well, I have had some to drink. Not a lot, but enough. You all are quite the company to keep. In all of my time here, I would never suspect that building, points to the lapidary, and this humble, precious old dwarf to succumb to any injury at all. But alas, you're here, and the unthinkable happens. I'm assuming, based on the destruction, that all of the explosives have gone up
Yeah, that was the big boom.
and all of my samples destroyed.
I don't know. I don't pretend to know the resilience of temples,
Yes.
but probably.
Yes, you don't. I heading to the Duke's Manor. See you all later. Please take care of Kolva. I
Well,
will see you at
I
the tavern.
immediately turn to Zeph once he's out of earshot, and I go, dude, you just told him that we are responsible for a large portion of his business being destroyed.
what do you think Colas was going to say once he woke up?
I don't know, but it might have bought us some time.
Is the captain nearby?
Captain Kilian?
Yeah.
Yeah. Helping
I
out
wonder.
the brigade.
I wonder if we just hear him saying "fucked."
In the, before we go to break, we'll, you hear the crowd distant far. We are fucked. Rightfully fucked.
Best passengers ever.
Oh
All right,
God!
we're gonna take a 10-minute break then.
Quick question though. The building is, I mean, obviously it went boom, but like, how much of the structure itself is damaged? Like, does it look like it might be salvageable?
Yeah, of course it's salvageable. It's built out of stone. It's also of dwarvish masonry and construction. I mean, these are decent walls. When you talk about
It's just-
in terms of the explosives and the containers that they were in, as well as potentially how they're used in the mine, it's not something that is made to be uncontrollable, right? They plant them. They want specific areas exploded. They don't want crazy cave-ins to happen. And so in
basically they're
terms of these...
safeguards.
yeah, in terms of these explosives, you're looking at small radiuses with high impact velocity, right, to cause great force. And so basically, what happened was you were yet to see the south side of the wall, right? So the south side took most of the damage as the wall kind of exploded outwards. But on the north side, you're just looking at bits and pieces of maybe some of the actual brick getting fall off and other things. And then the second story, again, it's all made out of stone. And so nothing really came outwards, right? Probably things were destroyed up there in the second story, but the roof didn't explode out, right? They're more concerned with the fire spreading because of the straw thatching, because all the structures used to have straw thatching, and the harsh temperatures and conditions. If it was just in the tightness of all of these structures, if it was to spread, it would go throughout the entire village, and you would be left with no suitable housing in harsh temperatures and conditions. So right now, what you're watching is them taking the actual buckets of water. They're running inside, holding kind of cloths, right? They're dumping the water inside quickly to go through, put the primary source of the flame. And then they're running, right? They're grabbing the bucket, storing, and then others, as they're forming these lines, are using ladders that they're pulling it from the woodworks, and they're climbing up to put the water on the straw so it doesn't catch. And then others are grabbing pitchforks and they're trying to get the straw thatching off, and they're mainly throwing it on the south side of the building where there's no structures. So they're really trying to just clear the roof off of anything that might have any sort of things, of kind of the sparks that could fly outwards and catch. The roof is, there is some wooden rafter and kind of roofing to it, but it has yet to really come to the consensus would that be a problem, right? Because if you have wood catching on fire, it might be an isolated thing. So that is the concern right now, right? So that's what you're seeing. It's very systematic and suggesting that they may have had fires before, right? Because they're all coming together as a village, and this seems to be something that might have happened before. One of the hovels caught up, and they got to act really quickly to make sure this doesn't spread. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. So
God
building
dang,
itself,
man.
it will be fine long term, but just the contents for sure fucked.
Yeah, the contents inside are most likely unsalvageable. It's not something that can be saved. There was a cellar, right? It was a metal door, so things in the cellar might be okay. There's also a couple chests; those might be all right. So there's definitely maybe materials in there that they're going to be able to piece through, but that's definitely not on the concern of anyone's mind right now of saving.
You see, Tegan, you rescued that book. It's worth it.
Rescue the book.
Yeah, I'm glad we got the book.
Well, if you're watching the stream,
out.
appreciate it so much. We're going to be taking a break here, 10 or so minutes. So we'll come back hopefully around, 1:30-ish p.m. PST. So appreciate it, and look forward to playing for the second half. Bye. All right, welcome back. Watching the stream, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Getting on for the second half of the session here. So, the lapidary has absolutely been fucked. Has been destroyed by the party. No, not by the party, but maybe by the party's indirect actions. I don't know. We'll see. Comes to find out what exactly happened. Who knows? Anyways, Peloriza has immediately after seeing, what kind of from the tavern to here, right? This fire brigade, all this kind of chaos happening. Pelu has headed towards the mayor. Has headed towards the dukes, right? To essentially explain what has kind of happened and maybe getting an earshot towards more business related side as well, and the fact that the Kolvas lapidary was the primary source of inspection of potentially that they were kind of extracting for prospecting, as well as creating the explosives that are required for the mine's operation. So that conversation might be twofold that's happening between Pelu and the Duke, but that is where Pelu is headed. Captain Kilian, crew, as well as some of the striker, the miners, everyone's working together in this chaos and attempting to make sure that the fire that is here does not spread any further than this particular building. So they're trying to preserve the actual structures. So getting right back into it, Kolva is still unconscious in the snow, kind of draped there. Like I said, the rangers, the hunters have helped kind of bandage and inspect and try to take and do what they can, and then they join in. So there's been pelts that have laid down. Kolva's being pulled kind of into these leather kind of hide pelts in a way. So it's not just on the bare snow, but kept there and stabilized and well. So there's multiple bandages now around some of the scarring. But as far as you can tell, the wounds themselves have healed. Just looking, you don't see that there is anything else bleeding or open wounds of any kind. Your magic seems to have taken great effect. And it's just that this was a very traumatic thing that had happened, and, well, can't exactly heal that, and time will tell.
All right. Man, this escalated very quickly.
What do we do now?
First of all, tomorrow morning, we've got a lot of lying to do. Listen.
That does not seem like a good idea.
Listen. Right now, all they heard from us is that something we asked him to do resulted in the building exploding. It's not going to look good on us.
Okay, run me your lie. Tell me what you think you're gonna tell the Duke to magically make what we did okay.
There's a reason I'm waiting till the morning.
Fair enough. I mean, honestly, I don't know, but maybe we just go to the Duke's Manor now.
Pelu just went up there.
Yeah, maybe we follow him.
Something tells me showing up uninvited after just learning that we destroyed one of the vital parts of his business probably wouldn't be the best idea.
I don't really see benefit to talking with the Duke or even Pulvis at this point yet, until we've had a chance to talk to Kolvas and get more details of what actually happened.
So you want to bring him to the end, then?
Unless there's a better place to take him?
Yeah, probably not. Alright, well... Is there anything we can do to help with the fire stuff? Because that's what I would like to do.
Maldor is currently...
Yeah, he's still just like, you there! Move your ass! What are you doing? Don't bother going for water. There's snow everywhere. Fucking use it!
It's literally directing a fire brigade right now.
Do we know if there's or we can ask someone, but is there I know there's not going to be a full-on hospital or anything, but is there an infirmary or something for injured miners or anything like that?
From what you have seen, maybe something up by the actual mine, near their actual kind of, in the south side, there's those tables and tents and canopies and large
we have a cleric
area.
with us. Let's just...
To be honest,
Yeah, I was more thinking of some place for him to rest rather than a tavern.
there's always the you can bring up to the manor. I mean, the manor's large and has many rooms and things. There are rooms in the basement of the tavern. You all have gotten rooms, right? So I believe getting 1 night worth of rooms has already occurred. So you can simply go there and talk to Barlow, get another room, and at least that's some accommodations, right? It definitely kind of appears, based on the way the lapidary function, having the kitchen and the second story, that he actually had living quarters up there. So this is not just this is not just the lapidary, but also Kolva's home, right?
Yeah, we blew up his house.
We blew up his house.
It's getting worse.
So
At any rate, we should probably
Technically,
get him out of
he
the
did
snow.
it.
I'll take him up to the field house, right? I mean, at this point, that's right. I mean, Lucari made a good point, right? Get him out of the snow, get him out of the ground, get him somewhere. It doesn't matter where it is. You could just take him back to the tavern and sit him up on a table.
Yeah, honestly, I would
Yeah.
well just the tavern because it's like right there.
Yep.
Let's do
Okay.
that then.
I'll pick him up.
We're gonna find out he had a cat.
Yeah, that didn't die because cats never go down with burning buildings.
It just flew out the window.
Yeah.
So again, you're very close to the actual tavern. You can see it in the distance, and as you begin to take the small John pushing through the crowd, now kind of carrying. Who's actually holding?
I'll hold him.
Okay. To clarify, those with the low strength. Stand down.
Yeah, I did think that was kind of funny that we get there. And, like,
You-
what's
you
your
literally
strength modifier?
you ran into a burning building and you left the 2 firefighters in the tavern because nobody knew what was happening.
So getting to this point,
I
you're
hate
gonna-
seeing this
again,
face on him, dude.
couple minutes, right, pushing through the crowd. You see Barlow staying on the actual staircase, looking, begins to yell out to you all as you now kind of come onto the map. Lucar holding on to first name Stillorg, by the way, but goes by Kolva, the family name. And so you're kind of holding on to this particular dwarf, and Barlow says, what happened? Is that Stillorg? Oh, whoa, no.
He's alive, but we need a room for him.
Yes, of course. You can, let me grabs within the pouch, just grabs, again, the same thing, the pins, right? The same, all the doors have the same lock, right? Kind of thing, grabs the pins out of the thing, grabs one more. Yes, we could take him downstairs if you want, or I can clear a table.
I think we should
he
take
needs to
him
rest.
downstairs. Yeah.
He's in no immediate danger, but comfortability is a priority.
I'm gonna assume at this point that things are getting under control and that I can sort of grab like the guard captain or something and tell him to take over and step away and follow everybody back.
From what you can tell, there is no guard captain. They seem very rightfully confused, taking orders at will. Captain Kilo Yan is now leading the same thing in your realm. So you're kind of getting the idea of just passing it off, maybe the captain,
Okay.
when the captain
Yeah.
take over at this point and heading back with the rest of them. Probably be the wisest option, as there doesn't seem a sense of leadership here coming through.
And then once I get inside, I'll turn off my light cantrip.
Are
Sounds
you
like
sure?
the guard is fucked too.
Yeah. I'm all right.
So I'm gonna go ahead and pull. This is a tight space. In this actual, because you're going downstairs, right? Is everyone heading down the stairs? So
Yeah.
I activate this. This is literally a basement area. It's very small, very tight quarters. As you're kind of coming down, running down the staircase, you descend down roughly into the depths, 9 feet or so. You can actually hear some of the sounds above of the actual tiled floor that's now formed in a slight bedrock slab, and you're kind of coming into the space. So just loosely place your tokens in the line. There's 2 corridors that come going north from the main one that travels from west to east, that also has the stairs on the west side descending down. There's 2 doors, one here that leads into kind of a where a bathtub is currently stationed, a couple buckets in case someone wants to have a bath. They can run water up and down if hot. And then there's actually kind of a fixture for a toilet, like, so it's like a bathroom in a way, just very loose there. Not anything too special. The accommodations here are nothing exquisite. Given the pins and the things you have, Barlow leading away just begins to open random doors with the same pin after handing you all an additional pin, not even letting you use the keys that you have. It's just randomly opening rooms. In fact, opens all of them, running down this other hallway here. Barlow, go ahead. Put Barlow on the map, at least have the token down. Just kind of frame your mind. Barlow begins to kind of get shoving through each other in these tight little spaces and these corridors and hallways of this definitely dwarf designed area here. Take any room. Jingling the keys comes down from this particular corridor here. Someone put Barlow in this space. So notes any of the doors that have opened in this corridor, any of the doors opened in this corridor.
Just take it to the first one I see.
First one. Okay. So I'll put him in that one.
Yeah.
Sounds good. There you go. Oh, Barlow begins to slightly sob. All my days, I had never thought I would see something such as this.
Tegan kind of puts a hand on his shoulder and he goes, "It's gonna be all right, okay? He's out. He's hurt, but he's gonna make it. He's a tough old one. I can tell from the moment I met him."
That's good. I hope that he's fine. Any food, water, anything you all need, just holler. I'll bring some water down though, just now.
Some fresh water for when he wakes up would probably be very beneficial.
All right. Begins to run up the stairs.
I imagine we still hear Varys and Zeph coughing up a lung.
Mm-hmm. Difficult.
I really should have held my breath before I went in. I didn't hold my breath until I was already in the building.
Should have realized your inner generosity based on the new traits here. I believe that you have unending breath. You can hold your breath indefinitely while you're not incapacitated. I was waiting for you to declare that, but you never said that you were going to hold your breath.
I didn't think about it until I was already in the door.
That's why I allowed that to happen naturally, right? That you thought about that. You're like, oh, I don't need to breathe, right?
I had to breathe, so there was no chance I was getting out of there.
Zeph was the perfect person for the job. Just had to tap into what he's capable of.
So now what?
I have no idea. I would imagine Varys is like, because he's just never experienced hardship before, is like having like a bit of a breakdown. Like, what do we do? I have no idea what to do now.
Dragon, Kraken, angry dwarves, exploding buildings.
Yeah, just all.
It's been like, what is it? It's been like 24 hours or something, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, you took one night on the boat, so I mean, that's
been 48, maybe
36, 38 hours. Yeah.
I mean, if they're being reasonable, I don't see realistically. I don't see how they can actually think it's our fault because we didn't purposely cause it. It was an accident, not even done by us.
Well, here's the larger question at play. Regardless of the fault of things blowing up, I think we can probably get around that. The larger issue is that these stones are very clearly important for some reason or another, and we all possess them, and we are all potentially being hunted. So we should probably not make that an item of public purview any more than necessary.
Yeah, like I knew they were special and at least a little bit magical, but I didn't know they could like just explode and then reappear somewhere else. That's just a whole different level.
And perhaps don't drop them.
I don't think they're that fragile. I don't think they would have survived this long if they were.
You don't know how many people got blown up.
At this point, I don't think there's anything that we can do as far as our concern tonight. I think we're better off getting some sleep, going to the Lord's Manor in the morning, and trying to explain ourselves.
So to the Duke and then to the dungeon?
Yeah.
Are these other doors down here in this hallway locked?
They're not, no. They're open. Should be able to click them open.
Yeah, I'm literally just going to stay with Kulva. Hopefully he wakes up soon.
Steven's appreciating the attention to detail here.
I'm appreciating the attention to detail, but I'm also like, I'm a dragonborn stuck in tight spaces underground.
Yeah, 7
getting
foot,
a little,
7 foot ceiling height here, tight corners of the shoulders. I mean, this
little,
is straw,
agitated.
like literally hay laid down with a blanket, a pillow, and a candle. These rooms, there's nothing else on stone hard floor.
Tegan's gonna lead himself up against the wall in the other room, leaving the door open so he can see into the one across the way.
All right.
And that's where he's gonna stay.
I'm gonna also just sit on the hay bed here and just
I'm gonna take a room temperature bath.
Sure. So Barlow comes down, just giving water, right, and sees you kind of at the bath and grabs the buckets and begins to run up stairs towards potentially a well of some kind or wherever he's getting water.
I'll probably follow him and help him carry the water.
Do you want to heat it? You can heat it up.
Nah.
Yeah. All right. Cold water it is. Throwing it in.
Before we turn in, I'm gonna say to Varus, go ahead and give that book a once over if you don't mind. I saw the symbol in there earlier, and I don't know if it's going to elaborate or give us any more insight on our situation, but you never know.
Yeah, I can look over it before I go to bed.
Varus that's coughing up a lung right now.
Yeah. I say that, but knowing how tired I am, I will probably look it over in the morning. Because
Tegan doesn't know any better.
I also just don't think Varus could focus on it right now with all this shit going on. He would just be like, "All right, we'll look this over at some point, just not right now."
Tegan just says, "You good? You all right?"
I hate to say this, but I was a bit of a sheltered kid. A lot of bad shit's happened in the past 2 days. I don't really know how to handle it, and I just want to go to sleep, I think.
Here, why don't you give it to me and I'll take a look at it and I'll give it to you in the morning, see if you can't find anything.
Okay, I'll look it over in the morning for sure.
Okay.
All right. And I'll give him the book back for the night.
Okay. All right, so is
And
everyone... Yeah, I just want to clarify before you get into the book, is anybody doing anything else? Lucar taking a bath? The people are just kind of resting? Anything in particular besides the going into the book?
Well, I mean, the only thing I'd be doing is just taking a closer look at the gemstone. I mean, I know I'm not going to discover anything new, but just this thing exploded a building. I mean, not by itself, but still.
Okay, so you're just kind of looking at it, analyzing it, and focusing on it?
My precious.
Okay. All right, so what are you doing with the book, Tegan?
I think I'm going to first go take my trance, and then when I come to, gonna read the book until everyone else wakes up in the morning.
Okay. And then, Luke, are you doing anything after the bath? Just going right to sleep?
After some time, probably, yeah.
Okay. All right. So everyone at this point, go ahead and take a long rest. Transverse the time just to kind of fast track it a little bit here. I'll say get to about 6:30 in the morning. It's about the kind of time of rest that would happen. Obviously, Tegan, you've woken up. You were actually the only one, I believe, that only rests for 4 hours. If I'm correct, I think you're trancing, so you have that kind of a shorter rest period for the long, but you still need to take downtime in the 8-hour window. So even though you're in the trance state, you can do little small activities, but you still need to continue that rest to have the full effect. So in this downtime, we can go ahead and study the book. I won't have you roll a check or anything. So just going to elaborate this particular book and some more details. One of which it's referred to as Metallurgy Volume 2. That's kind of loosely translates to. And indeed, it's wrote by kind of a Kolva. So it kind of has the first name of that great that descendant there, and then Kolva is the family name that's provided into the book. It goes into a variety of different steels and metals and things that can be found, in particular of the northern Frosthorn Mountains. This book is kind of a collection of samples that have been analyzed and kind of looked at that pertain to specific metals that are found. Strange. Animatine is one. Mithril is another. The Stark still comes up. That's where the symbol happens, that you kind of come through and looking and analyzing through the notes. There's just a lot of question marks. There's a lot of questions that are posed in this particular manuscript, in this volume, that, how the dark steel comes about, where does it come from, what's its origin. Just knowing that the properties of this particular metal are that it is a strong, sturdy metal. It's far stronger than iron, or steel, I should say, if made into a weapon, and that it's lighter. So it can be twice as strong, but half as light. It also has a kind of a blackness to the metal, which is referred to as, that's why they call it dark steel, and also has the relevant of the kind of magnetic properties in relation to steel as well. So they're very similar to each other, I should state. Just one is black and the other one's like the coloration of regular iron and steel. Continuing through the book, it doesn't really go into anything else beyond just documenting specific sites that these veins have been found. And a lot of them are documentation on other people finding them rather than this particular individual. This particular individual, similar to how Stillorg functions, samples, right? Taking samples. Now, Stillorg, and what this book kind of speaks to is that Stillorg, potentially in Family in Tow, right? Their operations started in Thulnir. So they began their operation in Thulnir, in the Dwarven city, working off of that mine, working off of other Dwarven cities as well, and then traveling. So some of these volumes and these accounts and kind of telling about the northern Frosthorn Mountains signifies the great expanse that the family Kolva has gone to document these things in the travels, right? That these samples may have came from other places, but in general, it's just the northern Frosthorn Mountains, which just specifies it's the mountains that stretch through the Frosthorn on the north side, and then the mountains that stretch through the northern side of Eastmar, another region to its eastern of the continent.
Is there any mention? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go.
Is there any mention of any specific locations that these veins were, or any coordinates of any kind?
So yeah, that's where kind of getting to the kind of coordination of the dark steel. It seems as though there are a couple places in the subterranean depths of the Thulnir mine that dark steel has been noted, with the same symbol. There's also subterranean areas within the very particular central part of the Frosthorn north of the tundra. So if we look at the valley and maybe some stretching of what, I'm going to go ahead and cycle us. I think you can click onto the continent map if you want, and I'll use the pencil tool. I think that's going to be the easiest here if you want to see the locations. So Thulnir, in relation to this particular book, Thulnir is here. So that is Clayton Alderfist City. And that's really the epicenter of what the studies come from. And then some accounts are taken as they stretch this way and then this way. Okay. And so they're noting that not only is it found in the depths of the Thulnir mine, but they're also finding them here and then here. Right, so kind of following along different prospecting that they've done, but they don't go any further than this stopping point right there.
And this book was written ages ago, right?
This book seems to be easily 1,800 years old.
Dang, we're over here, right?
You are here in Harak here, and the mine itself. The mine itself kind of spans in this direction.
Okay.
And the shopkeep that we were talking to never expressed knowledge of Darksteel, right? Specifically,
did not talk about the properties of Darksteel. No. So you can see kind of just loosely drawn on the map here, if you're cycling through, is just kind of little bits and pieces that they found prospecting and when they've kind of gone down to the depths of the mountains. But And that's
Just for
on the
reference,
western side.
where's this caravan going to that we were supposed to be leaving on?
Yeah, so the caravan is going to be heading in this direction here. So and it goes to Athema.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and clear the pencils. Anything else you're looking for in the book?
No, if I guess my intention was to see if there's any like prominent sites that are to possibly go investigate them, but they seem to be fairly far away. So
Well, not just far away, but old. I mean,
right.
these sites even exist anymore, as remains to be seen. And speaking to the history of what has just been said roughly about this very mine in Harak, was that it was previously owned and then abandoned for a long time. So this could have been one of those kind of sites that potentially Clan Olafur or another clan decided, hey, we want to strike rich, we want to find Mithril, we want to find something. This looks promising based on what we did, and so here, let's establish a mine. And so maybe those little spots are where these prospecting and these mines essentially happened, but it has been hundreds upon hundreds and hundreds of years that those have occurred. And even then, this account is not necessarily a personal account of going to these places, but more of getting the samples from them. And so they're just loosely done that this was collected here or this was collected there. They don't give any designation of like a micro scale within the actual area where the mine might be located or where they collected it. If that makes sense.
Absolutely.
Difficult.
Yeah, I think he's got everything that he can out of it, so he's just gonna wait for everyone else to start waking up.
Okay. So this point, you all kind of wake up at about 6:30 in the morning, and you see the eyes of Stillor come through.
What's the name of that mountain range that you said they were mining, or where Darksteel was found? I mean,
the Northern Frosthorn Mountains. So the Frosthorn Mountains. Going back to the continent map, I'm going to go ahead and cycle through really fast with the pencil tool. The Northern Frosthorn Mountains are this. And then these constitute the Southern Frosthorn Mountains. Right, so that's the southern. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's really just specifically talking about the northern section that they founded. And then even then, when you trace through, Tegan tracing through, kind of wiping this, it's really just this stretch here that they found it. Through that micro documentation of plots, right? Awesome.
When he was I'm really bad with the names. The guy that we originally got the mission from to go clear out the mine, did he mention specifically that the miners were going into the mountains, or just they left going north?
The missing prospectors, the information provided based on the map was that they were headed north several hours to a ridgeline of some kind, that they were extracting samples to see if the mine was worth continuing in that direction based into the ridge, suggesting how large the mine actually encompasses. So they're kind of taking essentially a snapshot of what's to come if the mine continues to push in that direction, or if they should put their efforts somewhere else.
Gotcha.
So as you all awake, Stillorg is there, laying upon the kind of hay with the blanket strapped over. Eyes are kind of moving about a little bit. Slowly kind of reaches for water. There's a cup nearby, a metallic cup that's been set by Barlow on last night. Water.
yeah. I already have it in his hand.
What happened?
Well, I mean, we're kind of hoping you could answer some of that. All we know is that we came back and your place was on fire. And you were unconscious.
Is it? Is my home gone?
Probably. Yeah, I did explode.
I'm sorry to say this, but your home was destroyed. I can only assume in some sort of experiment with the stone. I'm very sorry. I wasn't there to see it, but I know that Zeph and Varus pulled you out of the building and was able to get you out.
The only paintings and drawings I have of my late wife were in there. Gets to cry.
We ruin everything.
Emotions.
I can't imagine what you're going through, and I'm deeply sorry for what has happened.
I remember faintly. I had a nice meat pie. I'd been baking for some time. Some tea. And I strode down. And I did what any other stone I had before. I went to chip off a piece. And all my vision went black. And there was a loud noise within my ears. Sounded like the roar of some creature.
Roar?
I woke up here.
Did you say a roar?
Yes, it was like the air had been pushed from something and sounded very much like a roar that you would hear from the shadows if something was lurking. Loud and intense, pierced my ears. And all my vision went black. I don't remember anything else.
So, and just tell me if this is like too obvious, but I would like to try to secretly detect thoughts on him, like without him noticing, if that's even possible.
I don't think he would notice at this point. No.
Okay, yeah, I want to do that then.
Can't see through the cheers.
So, what would it be? Just to target him and then do?
Are you looking for surface
or?
thoughts, or are you going to be penetrating into this old man's mind?
This is so hard. I want to penetrate, yeah.
Penetrating
penetrate this old man
into a recently traumatized, near-death dwarf that has been, half of his body has been burned and his home has been destroyed. You're going to penetrate into his mind. All right. Sounds good.
Yeah.
I got you.
We suck.
What's your alignment?
Oh, lawful good.
What did your alignment used to be?
Yeah.
Lawful good, huh? All right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Phil, so with some saving throw.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Let me burn this real quick. Okay.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and get the concentration up. So I manually roll the saves. You begin to detect thoughts. You can hear the surface thoughts of pretty much everyone in the space, but you're kind of dwindling those down and focusing on the mind of this particular dwarf that is laying freshly traumatized and burned, home destroyed, as you begin to pierce through the veil of the fog and cloud that is over. You're really trying to dig and kind of cusp at some things that might have happened in a little bit of seconds. Through the prompts of the party kind of talking about the traumatic event, those things still fresh, you're kind of clinging to those and delving further in as your eyes close, focusing on them. You're brought to time and space, almost as if you're kind of standing in the actual laboratory, seeing Stillorg slowly move towards the actual counter, towards where the stone hadn't even been moved from where you were previously in the space physically. You see as Stillorg sits down, begins to move, getting utensils and other things kind of separated and moved about, and kind of grabs a small kind of chisel, if you will, and a little bit of a kind of a tool that would knock into it, but not too much force. It's just enough to kind of take a little fragment off, something to kind of fracture it naturally, to see inside of potentially of the hole, and then obviously go through further processes. Something that is the initial part, and upon doing that, kind of goes through. You hear a roar within your space. There's something, the sound auditory of what you heard, which is going to be played for you right now. As it yells outwards, this explosion happens from the stone as it emerges into a fiery energy of blue and purplish flame. As it explodes outwards for a brief moment, it comes out, causing force into the actual desk, into Kova, blowing it back off the chair, and then sparking onto different pieces of wood, and then sucks back into the stone. After that happens, the stone just, and your vision just as Kova is unconscious.
Okay.
We're getting a real facial here from Zap. Zap, you went really into the camera. I love it.
Yeah.
This is good.
Yeah, I was trying to adjust my camera there.
I love it.
Kova, is there anything we can do for you to help you in any way?
I've done enough. My life is very destroyed.
Indeed, we have.
Like, what are you going to do after? Like, are they going to be able to rebuild the place? I mean, they can't replace anything, honestly, but
Tegan just looks at Zeph and goes, "Oh my, just
my
kinda
life
like-
is here. I had my children here. They've gone. My wife has died here. I am alone. I expected myself to perish of old age, working and doing what I love. Now all my books are gone, all the accounts of my family. Only the most precious of texts within the cellar might still be up and alive and ready to pass on to my children.
So we take him to fight the Pale Dwarfs.
What? What'd you say?
Tegan's gonna pull the book out from underneath his cloak and hand it to him and say, I know it is minuscule in comparison to what you've lost, but this is your family's and I feel like you should have it.
I don't have the coin to give back, but I appreciate it.
Don't worry about it. And please don't thank me. What has happened is horrible, and anything we can do is not nearly enough to make up for what has happened.
I think I should sleep now. I'm tired.
Tegan's gonna walk out.
I'm gonna gesture towards everybody to come into my room and like telepathically be like, hey, y'all come see real quick. And then I'll step into my room. And then I will start to explain the vision that I saw by detecting his thoughts. Just like every detail.
Did it sound like anything you've heard before? The roar, I mean?
It sounded like what we experienced on the ship. To me, I mean, if that's correct, I think that's what it sounded like, right, Michael?
Definitely sound like a draconic roar.
Sounded similar to what we experienced on the ship.
When you guys were inside, was there any sign of anything else being there besides the explosion?
Well, we were a little distracted, but I didn't see anything.
No, when we went in, all the damage had already been done.
Like, Michael, well, I mean, it was just cursory, but when I was looking at my gemstone, did it look any different from what I recall from previously?
Unchanged.
Yeah. So, I mean, this could mean anything. I'm not an expert. I don't know if that means something is inside the gems, or it was released, or it's still in there, or it's just a pathway. I don't know how this stuff works, but it could be anything, really. Literally, it's magic.
Clearly, it doesn't want to be probed.
Or destroyed.
That was yeah.
This is. Oh my god. I don't even know where to start with this. I mean, we've had so much happen so fast.
Also, Michael, kind of a back question. When we were rescuing Culvis, like, I know we were really distracted, but did I have any kind of impression of how big the initial blast radius was from the gym?
All you can do is roll an intelligence check at this point to see if you recall.
Gotta do that as well, then.
Varies from the amount of damage and fire spreading. It's difficult to tell. You're really going off of certain factors such as the wall itself and the counter. From that, you see the damage, but you can't see any sustained damage in the actual stonework of the walls outside of that, relative to 5 to 10 feet.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously, from your detect thoughts, you know that the radius was larger.
Yeah, I was about to say, in the detect thoughts, it blew up and then like imploded back into the stone.
Mm-hmm. So it,
okay,
and then kind of moved and then came back into it.
So whatever initial explosion, the stone contained it, and it would have been larger.
Correct.
So maybe the whole exploding thing was more of a defense thing? I don't know.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. It was a defense mechanism that, by trying to break the stone, it triggered it and caused the explosion.
What we have learned so far, all of these stones were originally, broken off from some larger thing. And if attempting to break one of these small ones wreaks that kind of destruction, then imagine the magnitude of what must have happened to cause these to break off of whatever they came from.
And you had told me that the stones themselves didn't seem innately magical?
Correct.
Yeah. So either they have some kind of magical protection that
well, you never used a detect magic spell. Again, this is just studies of what you have in the past.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I do not have that.
I have it not prepared, but I can do it ritual. No, you have to have it ritually prepared to do it.
You do not have to have it prepared to use a ritualized spell.
I mean, he doesn't. I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't have the spell at all.
Oh, okay.
Would it be too early to do my prepared spells? Or too late, I mean?
We can retcon it if that's really what you're aimed to do. I think if your character was going to do that anyways prior to this conversation, it makes sense to have it changed.
Seems prudent.
But do clerics have to have it prepared to do it ritually?
Only wizards don't need it prepared. Everyone else does.
Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, I need to grab that spell.
None of the perks.
That'll be a spell I should grab from you, actually.
So let me look at the rules of that.
Because, like, if I remember correctly, everyone else needs to have it prepared. I think maybe druids. No, druids need to have it prepared too.
I
Isn't detect magic a third level spell?
No, it's first level detect magic.
The bard, cleric, druid, and wizard can cast ritual spells, while the paladin, ranger, sorcerer.
No, I think the question was whether they have to have it prepared first to ritually cast, though.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, I'm kind of going into that. So basically, not every class can ritually cast the spells, right? So which ones have to have it prepared? So I'm trying to find the rule set right now. So it's like a ritual caster type thing. Let's put in the spellcasting label of the feature. Classes that cannot cast rituals: arcane tricksters, eldritch knights, paladins, rangers, sorcerers, warlocks. Classes that can: artificers, bards, clerics, druids, and wizard. Interesting.
Your mic is muted.
I know it, yeah, because I know in mine right here it says for ritual casting I can cast rituals as a ritual, but it has to be prepared.
Yeah, I think that there's a difference between ritual casting versus preparation, a couple other things. So I think that there's some classes that just can't tap into, right? They have to have, right? And then I think for clerics, looking at the actual feature here independently, I think you actually have to have, you can use ritual casting, but it has to be a prepared spell, because you don't have like a spell list, like all the spells are available you can choose.
Yeah.
So it has to be one of the spells you have prepared to use the ritual, but you do have ritual casting. Interesting. And the more you know, the more you delve into the rule set. It's so interesting why they separated things like that. Rituals. Honestly, I've always interpreted that classes can ritual cast, but who knew? All right, yeah. So you have to definitely have the preparation for it, though. So if you want to change your prepared spells, if you want to recon that for the day, you can. It's totally fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I switched that up, and I guess with this conversation, while we're just continue talking, I imagine I'll start doing that, ritually casting it.
Whatever.
Okay. Which, while I'm doing this, I'll also mention, I'm going to try and detect just how magical these stones are. If y'all want to just have them visible so I can see if they're all magical.
Yeah, I'll pull mine out and just hold it out in front of you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm always running it anyway.
It'll take like 11 minutes, I think. So.
Okay. Oh, and
or 10 minutes. Sorry.
So the ritual thing. So all classes can ritual cast, I should say, but only classes, like certain ones, cannot have them prepared and still ritual cast them, because they have the kind of limited spell listings. So going through. So just clarify. I was trying to go back through what I was saying, and I was like, I don't think I said that right. Okay, so as you ritual casters who change your preparations, you begin to take that time kind of going through. Again, it's an aura that's kind of given out, and you're just feeling the presence of the magic in that space. So any magical items or anything is going to potentially give off that effect, and then you can understand maybe the schools of magic in some of these things. So at the end of this 10 minutes, as you begin to ritual cast, take your time, making the preparations, eventually you can sense the presence of magic about in the space. Because you're kind of in the basement, you don't really detect much of anything. It's not none of the party members have magical items. You only feel the stones. And as you begin to detect the magic and something that might have been different about them versus if you attempted to use detect magic before, getting an understanding of time frame, is that there is something inherent about them that they have magic kind of emanating from them in their own sense. And it's feels though that it can be greater if allowed. And it contains all schools of magic. You're feeling all schools. You're feeling the level of magic and kind of it's just all of it surrounding in these particular small gemstones.
That's mildly terrifying.
So each stone is emanating all schools?
Correct. And they're all resembling similar in that same similarities of the magical presence. You're noticing all of them have the same exact.
So, in terms of how they detect for magical ability or whatever, they all appear basically identical to my detect magic.
Yeah, your detect magic cannot pierce through any sort of difference. You're really just getting off. Are they magical? What kind of school of magic? They all seem to have the same. All of these schools of magic are coming off of them in this kind of combined unison, innate kind of thing. And then you're detecting that same thing on each one.
Is there?
Yeah.
And I don't know if this is possible. Is there some kind of like check I could do to like feel the magical presence in the stone, or not really?
Like reach out and touch it?
Yeah, just like try to get a feel for what's inside of it, or like something like that.
So what if we just took the stones and just started putting them together? That couldn't go badly, right?
Let's get in the smallest, most confined space possible, and let's smash them all together.
I think we're already in the smallest.
Yeah, exactly.
Space
Somebody has
possible.
magic. Somebody has mage hand, right?
I'm sure one of us does.
We could.
Listen,
I mean, possibly we
am
could do an
all
experiment.
for experimenting with this. Not really, but
Well, I wasn't going to suggest doing it here. Maybe like when we're in much more open space.
the thing is,
maybe outside of the town.
Yeah.
I love looking at the bigger picture, but for right now, we have a Duke that is under the impression that we just had involved in a major hit to his business. That has invited us over. So my vote is we find the captain and head over there.
Phrasing. We saved a key member of his business.
Saved a key member of his business and cleared out some enemies in his mind.
Perhaps we should also take a gander over to his the laboratory and see what actually remains, like what it's salvageable after.
Yeah, I mean we'll be walking by there anyway. I imagine on the way to the Dukes.
But yeah, let's go to the Dukes first and see what what do we have to do to.
Well, I was going to suggest we stop by. I was going to suggest we stop by the laboratory since it's right next door, practically.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So we're going upstairs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. It's coming into the space. Not many voices in this particular, but there's some cups and plates moving. See the Captain Helion slightly passed out on the table, kind of folded down. The Quartermaster Rubark is passed out as well, covered in soup and charcoal and other sorts of things. They've been working through the actual night, potentially, because you all decided to get a nice long rest in. They were helping out the particular village and attempting to direct certain
When
things.
I see them covered in charcoal and stuff, I'll press digitation to clean them off.
They're just going to wake up squeaky clean?
Yeah.
Arlo trudges forward. Oh, is Skov all right? Still org?
Yeah. He's just resting still. Honestly, that was a lot for someone his age.
So I'll make sure to give food and drink down there for sure. Are you all needing anything?
I think we're actually headed out to get breakfast at the Dukes. So
Yeah, the Dukes.
We had an invitation, I believe, so
You all are invited to the Duke's Manor?
unless I'm misremembering
So it
the
would seem.
conversation.
I've never been
Yeah.
invited to the Duke's Manor.
You should come with us.
I have a tavern to run.
Just grab like a random person, like cover the tavern.
Oh! No, it's fine. Just jealous is all. I've never been kicks a pebble. It's one unique little pebble in the whole tavern. Kicks a little bit. I've never.
So unrealistic, dude.
I've never been to the Duke's Manor. It's fine. Just a little jealous. You all have a good time. Make sure.
I don't think it's gonna be a good time.
Stillorg is kept well and safe. All right.
Tegan's gonna try to shake the captain awake.
Grabs the dagger from the bandolier. Oh, it's you. Stomps the dagger.
Me?
Yeah. All disappeared.
Well, anyway, we're heading to the Duke's, and I figured it'd be wrong if we didn't at least ask you if you still wanted to come.
I appreciate that. I'm gonna get some sleep. You tell that Duke best regards for the captain of the striker. But I've heard enough of his ear. I think 5 minutes of conversation is enough with that one. You all have a good time, all right?
Hopefully.
Yells out, Marlo, I'm taking a room. Moves down towards the downstairs.
All right, here we go, guys.
Yeah, just quick stop, just to get an idea how bad it is, if nothing else.
Okay. Another reason to move the tokens. We'll go ahead and transition over here to the village map. As you kind of pass by, you see the straw thatching has been removed. Much of the timber beams are still kind of smoldering, a little bit on fire, now covered in fresh coating with snow as it begins to medium to heavy. The overcast of roughly 22 degrees Fahrenheit, right around that kind of ballpark. And so the snow itself is really kind of dampening down any sort of flame. Straw is now kind of covered in snow on the back side of the building towards the south. You notice that the wall itself has been kind of thrown outwards. Much of the actual contents of that sign have been exploded. A couple different chests are kind of unhinged, one of which was kind of open and blown, papers and other things. This was the actual scribe's chest, and this one was all the ink has been kind of spilled out of it and blown across, now covered with snow and different things. The other chest remains still closed there. Now coming around maybe the front side of the building and looking into the actual door, all of which has been burned and scarred and melted down. See, there's different pieces of actual like stones that kind of remain. Some of that might be resilient to the actual fire. The metallic kind of countertops that were makeshift there are still there. And then you have kind of that metal cellar door that was noted to have some extra storage underneath. But beyond that, maybe rounding up the staircase and looking around, most of the wooden furnishings, the bed, the kitchen that was noted are completely burned and destroyed as the fire itself and traced up the actual wall space and through. So the fire did reach the rooftop.
Can I look for any pictures of his wife or anything from his family at all? Or is it all just ash?
Roll either perception or investigation, please.
Can I help him with that?
Roll with advantage. Hold down Alt and click.
That's nature. That's not what I wanted to do.
Perception coming to only plus one more, so 18. As you begin to perceive, looking about, you do find that there was a small kind of wooden chest tucked within one of the burned nightstands across next to the bed. Itself has been caught and the contents inside are destroyed. You imagine that this was kind of a soft keeping, maybe of some paintings or quote unquote, right, photographs at the time, right? Not just like pictures or whatnot in that regard, but those are kind of ash and almost like the fires have gone through that and destroyed it. Beyond that, looking around for anything else, everything on the walls is kind of lit up. There was kind of frames and whatnot. Those have been burned. You're looking and trying to find maybe another chest up here, maybe something in the kind of cupboards that are broken and splintered and burned. You're unable to find anything.
Egan just kind of defeated Yo's. I wish this would have gone a different way.
Yeah, I mean, this was something we were inevitably going to probably learn at some point, but I kind of wish it hadn't happened to like this at the cost of someone losing their livelihood.
At least he did not lose his life.
True, but I'd like to make it up to him somehow, but I'm not sure how.
I don't think there's anything we could do. When you're in the position he's in, it's losing your home and everything like that. It
does seem as though the community will work to help him out. They seem rather tight knit around here.
I can't. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm sure he'll be fine in that regard. I'm sure, given the time, he'll probably be able to start back up. But like I said, everything that was in there, that was already in there, is lost. Like all his work, all his personal effects.
While we're in here, the cellar door, is it locked by a lock, or is it damaged by the explosion at all, or?
Seems to be intact. It's a metal cellar door. Seems to be fine. There's no lock on it.
No lock on it at all? Moral dilemma. Tegan's just going to walk over and open it. He's not going to go down yet. He's just going to open it and see what he sees.
Okay. Stone staircase seems to descend down roughly about 6 feet and then rounds down to go even further to the easterly direction, underneath the actual structure.
I'm going to turn to the party and say, this feels wrong.
I was assuming you were looking to retrieve some of his things to take to him at the tavern.
I was. This is just curiosity and my past getting the better of me. And he shuts the door.
I mean, I don't know how, the explosion itself was powerful, so does anyone more knowledge than me know what the chances are of the reverberations getting through to the basement and potentially damaging anything?
Stone, the floor itself seems to be intact. So, you're judging by the fact that the fire did all of the damage, not the explosion to the second floor, that the actual cellar would be intact.
So anything down there is probably fine.
And the fire would have not spread, correct, because the metal cellar door would have blocked.
Okay, that was my main worry, but okay.
There are a few guard that are mulling about, right? There's some of which are now kind of waking up and coming to from the actual barracks, heading across the actual village.
Okay, actually, that's a better option. That's actually a better option.
They're going into the structure, and they're doing a similar process of moving things around and trying to find stuff that's salvageable and just make sure there's no fires.
I'll actually ask one of them then, rather than being super nosy. I'll just ask them just to check. Has anyone checked the basement to make sure everything down there is good?
Halfling comes trotting over.
No, not quite yet. We honestly just put out the fire a couple hours ago, and we're letting it all cool down, and now we're getting to it after we had breakfast.
Okay.
What do you all have business in here? You sent by Corva?
Honestly, we're concerned about.
We were hoping to retrieve some of his personal effects. He's in a bit of a dire state at the moment.
Yeah.
Where's Corva?
He's currently in the tavern, sleeping.
Oh, we'll get on with talking with Barlow about that. Say, do you have any understanding of what happened here? Seem to have taken a keen interest in Corva?
We have no information. We just a couple of our party members happened to stumble upon the house as it first caught fire before the actual explosion, and they were able to pull him from the house, and we figured we'd come back since he's not exactly in good condition.
Yeah, I believe I saw you when we were fighting to put out the fire last night, did I not, little one?
Yep. Yeah. And she did. We all got told that the Palorisa got yelled at by the Duke. I was told to watch out for you lot now. Duke's apparently still waiting on breakfast with you. Might as well hold on. No reason to stick around here.
Yes, we were on our way. Carry on.
That's good.
So he and I are just kind of awkwardly trying to shoo the other away from one another.
Tegan's gonna walk out.
I'll just, telepathically to Maldor and be like, news travels fast in these parts.
Just kind of nod.
Telepathically.
Oh, it's a town of like. It's only a town of like what, a few hundred.
I feel like there was a missed opportunity just now, but if I would have got caught by the guards snooping around in his basement, it probably wouldn't have been a good look.
Yeah, no, that's not a good look.
Okay. Heading to the manor. I'm gonna activate this
I
map.
loosen my great sword in my scabbard as we walk.
Good plan. So, going through the village, taking time. Again, this is like an 8 to 9 minute walk based on where you're at, right? You're just kind of channeling through different huts and things. There's whispers, there's people talking. Many of them may be spouses of the miners that are currently at work. Some are actually getting ready to maybe on swing shift ahead there, working through a kind of intermittent shift. So you're kind of hearing the chatter and the different talk, and it's just the talk of the village, right? They're all talking about what happened. What happened? Is Kolva okay? We didn't see Kolva. I saw Kolva. He looked like he was unconscious and could be dead. I don't know. So there's just this realm of a lot of different speculation and things and questions and other sorts of things that are happening. Eyes, all of which turn to you all when you're walking through and staring in the direction, noting you all as potential of the members that had gotten off of the actual boat itself and that had been seen, that were on scene, and so they're all looking in the direction of you. Not necessarily talking to you or approaching you or saying, "That's them, they blew it up." No, they're just kind of like wondering and talking about themselves and then slightly getting quieter, right, as you approach by and just kind of staring and raising an eyebrow. You get to this apparently, you get to kind of the end of the road itself where it has a little junction, and then there's kind of a cobbled path. And this path itself is kind of bricked as well, and it's shoveled off. So the snow has actually been pushed off of this winding path, at least just slightly, a little bit more elevation than the actual village's level. And it kind of winds a little bit through and then comes into an iron kind of gated that's slightly rusted now. And it kind of has a pen-like style with a little bit of a fence that can be swung open. And then inside are these little snowberry kind of thickets that have no leaves and little tiny berries upon them. And they seem to be also kind of, snow has been pushed away from the base of them as well. And you now are coming to this manor. And I'm going to give you a description of the outside here as you come to. So this particular place, scroll. All right, is a large 2-story manor sitting on the northwest side of the town. The village stands roughly 38 feet tall. This pathway again goes into the 4-foot metal fencing, right, and then into that little garden that's flowering or berry covered thickets. This grand double wooden door marks the entrance into the structure, and it has 2 little pocket windows that are kind of glazed over. You're not able to see through, but imagine that maybe someone else can see on the other side. And they kind of metal etching and kind of reinforcement. The handles themselves are wrought iron, and there's a couple kind of intricacies about the door and its carving. There is another 2-foot larger door, and it sits on the southwest side of an annex section of the first floor. So going to ping this particular spot, this is where this door is. That structure that door leads into does not have the second floor covering over top, right? It has its own kind of roofing that goes across, and that door itself is slightly larger, and there's a wagon that is kind of embedded within snow, and that road is dirt, and it's not really shoveled, it's just more of impacted. Suggesting that might be like a garage or some other kind of access into the actual manor that's not just the primary entrance for people. Beyond that, you have windows in the structure, right? In this kind of cobbled, almost rock walled, kind of in the way. And the windows themselves are glazed, just similar to the pockets. So they're metal etched and they're large. You know, it's just little kind of toggles, kind of handles on the other side. Potentially they can be opened. And there's many different lights coming from inside, either from lanterns, which are above the actual door on either side, freshly lit candles, or from the fires that are roaring within to keep this place warm, given that it has windows. There's not necessarily voices happening inside, but there's kind of a shadow that's kind of moving back and forth from the two windows on the other side of the front door. And all in all, it's just a very large and grand structure. Unpaused. I'll ping the stream view as well.
Should we knock?
Yeah, just bang on the door.
I haven't loaded in yet, so I don't know.
You haven't loaded in here?
No, I'm at 98%, and it's just sitting there.
Oh no. That
I don't
new
know
now?
what's good. No.
Gonna have to refresh it.
Yeah, give me a sec.
Oh no. Give you a sec. 1 second.
I just got uninvited to the manor.
Yeah.
Uninvited. You are uninvited. Hopefully after the refresh you come in. Could be latency issues. The map is kind of large, so.
Yeah. Oh, my internet doesn't seem to be wanting to do anything right now. For some
Uh-oh.
reason.
That's no
Your
good.
voice sounds fine, at least.
Yeah, that's good.
It's weird.
Dedicating
Like
resources.
Yeah, I hit refresh and it's just sitting there doing nothing.
You can try
Right.
just doing another relog in, so you can probably close it out and just retry relog in at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably just an issue with your Foundry instance.
Definitely possible. On the load in, right, it was like, stop, what are you doing? You just loaded this file. You can't figure it out any longer.
Sorry about that.
Oh, we'll just do the theater of mind until you log in here. So knocking on the door, so you kind of have the bang on the door, the mall door. Eventually you hear kind of scuttling of shoes, potentially on a marbled floor. And there's a locking that happens at the back of the door, and eventually it swings open. Stretching themselves here, giving a description of this particular character that you can see in front of you. This particular character is a young half-elf female with dark hazel eyes, darker complexion, and beautiful black hair that flows down to her bent back, wears a simple white leather and black wool vest over a purple cloth blouse, has a very small brown leather belt that fits over a purple cloth skirt, wears thick fur leggings into black leather and fur boots, and wears a small silver necklace with a symbolic pendant of kind of a half crescent-shaped moon. As you can see that they're there, they do a small curtsy to you all. Now kind of getting an idea of piercing inside of this particular place. Immediately you see a staircase that sits at the center of this entry kind of room. This wooden staircase at the center seems to ascend to a landing and then to the second floor. There are various doors around as now this character kind of moves to the side after doing curtsy and announces themselves. Hello, I am Elise. Elmar, come in. Begins to kind of move the hand, ushering you inside. Upon entry of the white marble floor, you see many doors, right? This is kind of an entry chamber of sorts, and these doors kind of lead to various different rooms. The actual ceiling height of this space is roughly 13 feet. It's vaulted and exposed wooden beams. There's an elaborate chandelier on the left and right side of the actual staircase made of crystal, freshly lit candles giving off light. There's a wardrobe to the right side of the staircase. Many different art, decor, and paintings, as well as kind of trinkets are around. Elise kind of offers, shall I take your coats?
Sure.
Thank you.
Maldor is just sort of like just staring at her and kind of stammers a bit. Just,
and your weapons?
I mean, I have this practically unused dagger, sure.
Yep, I'll hand my dagger as well.
Of course, it's your choice. It's just not very customary to have weapons at the table.
Yep. I'll hand her my dagger.
The sword is quite heavy. I think I'll hang on to it. I wouldn't want to burden you.
Of course. Opens up the wardrobe, begins to funnel and put things into the wardrobe. And moves back the staircase and makes way for a double wooden door at the northwestern corner of the northern.
Can I do an insight check on Maldor?
Okay, so insight check on Maldor based on the stammering and like the taken aback.
Yeah, just to see his whole if it's
Are you trying
embarrassment or any sort of like fear as opposed to embarrassment?
See what your passive is. Passive isn't very high. Yeah, you can try giving it an insight check. I don't think Maldor is trying to be deceptive about it, so I think it's going to be after the insight check. I'll give Maldor a prompt if he wants to kind of unveil that. If not, I think just going off of what kind of a demonstration of roleplay is. 16 insight, pretty decent one. Maldor, is there anything you want to kind of disclose upon that?
He's definitely not trying to hide anything. I would say, I mean, obviously you could ask him about it later, but at a glance, he looks like he's seen a ghost.
Oh. Okay. He's not going to make a comment on it now. I definitely doesn't want to bring it up in front of the group if it's a personal thing, so he's just going to follow on with everybody else.
I would detect your thoughts, but I already did that to somebody today.
That would be very interesting.
Another servant comes out of the woodworks from another door, makes way to the door, does a small curtsy, and waits for you all to enter in. Elise goes in for that double wooden door at the western side of the northern. Immediately comes in. Duke Umbrian Rillo, I bring you the most humbled heroes of the striker, and does a small curtsy and a little bit of a bow. Please, motions. You all may take your seats anywhere you would like. Every chair has a place setting with silverware, plates. It's like wooden, of course, of cross sometimes. There's napkins that have been kind of tied in an elaborate way. There's kind of serving trays that are already positioned out. It seems to be more of like a banquet style meal at this point with multiple different fruits, tropical even. There's cheeses, there's breads, there's meats, there's eggs. There's just a whole ensemble that has been laid out. The Duke currently is reading a kind of a scroll off of a golden kind of case that unwinds and is reading it, sipping off of a golden goblet of some kind, as well as has almost like a mug to the left, steaming, essentially of a hot liquid. And then there's breakfast that has already been served towards. I will, whatever you would like, I can serve you from the table. And you hear the door kind of behind the main door kind of shut in front, and then Elise makes way to this door and shuts it as well. The other servant at this point funnels in. Gets to stand against the side of the door, or the side of the wall of the northern wall. Coming to the space, you have 3 different chandeliers. Larger one at the center of the table, one to the left, one to the right. The table itself is long, rectangular, wooden, and just too many chairs for the amount of people that this probably manor ever sees. Duke Umbrian Arillo giving a description of this particular character. It's a slender and pale male human, has fair skin, hazel eyes. He has an elegant face with high cheekbones and a beautiful complexion. He has short, wavy brown hair and wears a dark fur cloak over a red leather vest and white silk tunic. He has black leather pants tucked into black leather and gold-laced fur boots. A black leather belt has a few leather purses attached. Adorned upon his neck is a gold necklace with a very interesting and odd white gemstone. His fingers adorn several gold and silver rings with random precious stones. The Duke immediately stands up, putting down the scroll upon sitting down. Whoa, welcome! Oh, look at you all. Welcome. Greetings to the small bow. I am Duke Umbrian Arillo, put in station by thy lord Thalen for law. You are my humbled guests. We'll get through introductions, but please sit. Give your order here to Elise. No need to serve yourselves. I have plenty of servants for that. And eat to your heart delight. This is open, and of course, I am gladly here to hear your accounts of this vivid tale. I have spoken with your captain, and I don't see your captain here. I suppose the tragedy befell the lapidary. I imagine that's something to do with it.
Yes, sir.
Wow, it's such a horrendous thing that has happened. Of course, I am my guard and has done a great work. And do say, Pelu spoke a little bit that you all had last sightings of Kova. Stilorga. How is that old dwarf doing?
Exhausted from the whole ordeal, but physically fine. Honestly, worse for wear mentally, having lost so much. Still processing that, I believe.
Yes. It is a deeply tragic. That dwarf has been here a long time, for any of us, of course. I will do what I can to offer coin and potentially get that business back up and running. It's a great asset to the operation of the rock mining company in this village. We'll do what we can. Of course, I believe my guard over there salvaging what they have there, and we'll see what become of it. Now, Elise, if you will. Elise begins to move around. Mentions over to Lucar first after rounding around the table. And another server at the top side comes by and begins to take orders, what you want. Don't necessarily need to go through that role play. Or what you kind of want from the different various foods that are serving your plates and dangling around. Drinks provided. Wine, coffee, water, the options provided.
The dirty bean water that provides one with energy, fuel, and life.
So whenever you're
She'll
tasked,
take some coffee as well.
coffee,
Wine, of course.
wine, of course. All of it
It's
for
7:30 in the morning.
7:30 in the morning.
Tegan just takes water.
Water. Okay. So if it's water or wine, it's put into a silver goblet. Some which actually have jewels that are encrusted at the base of them. If it's coffee, it's in these kind of mugs of clay with a mosaic pattern. Everything is neatly made and ordained. The wood itself is hardwood. It's not stone in here. There's also rugs with these colorations of Lord Thalon Falor. These are actually the Lord's colors, and you're actually noting that based on the fact that there is a banner at the backdrop of the actual banner at the backdrop of the actual kind of dining hall here. It has like a silver perched griffin that has like kind of a thing that's coming out, and then there's the trim of the purple and silverish colorations, and then this the name of Lord Thalon Falor is stitched to the bottom right side of the banner. Finally kind of done. Elise kind of moves and hangs by the wall. The other servant goes in towards the wall, now served. And they just begin to stand there and wait on being requested for service. You see the Duke of Amarillo. It's just mulling around, eating on different fruits and things. Takes a sip of the coffee.
I'll say, after everyone's done being served, he'll say, "Oh, where are my manners? I am Varus Willow, the second son of Lord Willow, and it is nice to meet you."
Nice to meet you as well, House Willow. I see. That strikes a name, doesn't it? Numerous dealings. House Willow is based out of Aletha. Numerous dealings and investments with many different shipping companies. Horrible business, that blockade the Taltharian Navy has put up. Stalled the great number of my enterprises. Getting messages every so often. I believe House Willow... Glenmark, is it?
Yes, yeah, that's me. Yep. I'm from the Isle of Lova.
Isle of Lova. I'm afraid I don't know much about Glenmark beyond that I do have ships, these enterprises that sail there for transportation of goods, and your house has come up in some of the different manuscripts and documents I do have, potentially have signed for them, deliveries and whatnot. Nice to see that you have traveled so far.
Yes, as most heirs to the family do. Once we reach a certain age, we go on our journey of destiny, and it brought me here.
Journey of Destiny, and it has brought you here. Then it's quite a tale then you can bring back after what the captain has explained what happened to the striker. Going about the space, I can see, looking at that one, points at Lucar. Very curious you are, Dragonborn. What clan do you come from?
My clan is no more.
Interesting. Is there a particular dragon that you worship? I've heard tales of your kind and giving themselves to specific dragons.
No.
Your name?
Lucar.
Wonderful. Nice to meet you, Lucar. And you? Points towards Tegan.
Deacon Reynard. Pleasure.
Awesome. Well, and you points towards that.
My name is Zeph Dombluff.
Nice to meet you, Zeph. And across the whole table down there.
Maldor just leans forward, looking at him with solid silver pupilless eyes, and says, "I am Maldor Gentile, and I am humbled to make your acquaintance."
Seen your eyes before, another kind. I won't say where. Suppose you know. I do find this a bit odd. We don't get many people through here. I've never really had any sort of company dining within this hall, and I imagine I built this manor for much more exquisite tastes. So I do apologize if it is striking versus what you've come from at the Frosteel Tavern. Barlow does run a tight operation there, but he is lackluster for the, well, shall we say, extravagant.
I speak up and tell him I do appreciate his love of gemstones. As I look at the many on his fingers as well.
Yes. Great number of these prized jewels, House Aurello. Honestly, rewards for great services rendered and a couple of different tastes myself that I have procured. Pulls out the necklace. And this stone itself, well, I've having this for a long time. I was given this actually in payment for service due to, the very company, Far Water Company, in fact. Mr. Telvis.
What kind of is that, if you don't mind me asking?
Couldn't really tell you. Struck the eye and looks quite beautiful. Works great with gold.
Your house is very beautiful. Thank you for welcoming us in.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So, tell me. The captain has explained in brief detail. Stryker, the wrecker, owned by the Farwater Company and obviously partitioned by Master Telvis, owns the operation. I have put a little bit of coin that way. And Forgotten Sea, something about an attack, creatures of some kind, you all dispatched them. Now, it was the last to deal, the final blow. You really strike home and excite me.
I believe that honor actually went to the captain.
The captain? Wow, that modest son of a bitch.
He's quite good in a fight, don't let him fool you.
Well, I've actually met Captain Kelut Yon before, many years prior, before I was stationed here. I was younger then. Well, I was a lot younger then as well, I suppose. His charm has never ended. Always quick to the punch. And a familiar phrase he likes to use, fucked, is it? Yes, all the time, everything. He's screwed over at much of his life when it comes to it. But beyond that, deal the final blow.
He's a good man.
So
He,
a
oh,
good
sorry.
man. No, continue. Apologies.
He, when the ship was going down, he offered to sacrifice himself to try to let us get away. But we convinced him to come with, and luckily we all got away with our lives.
Yes, the captain did mention that there was creatures that were attacking the wrecker. Did not mention anything about using himself as sacrificing himself. Now, did not explain these creatures. Do you all know what they were?
Not specifically. They were some kind of aquatic, large creatures, not to be trifled with.
Well,
Walking, stabbing sushi.
yeah, they were angry fish.
Sentient
I think-
and able to communicate.
True, they could talk.
And
More
these-
intelligent than the average creature.
And these fish were the ones that brought down the wrecker.
No, that would
No.
be the kraken and the dragon.
A kraken and a dragon.
Yeah, tag team.
It's quite the combination. I'm surprised that you all weren't destroyed.
Well, that was hence the whole captain wanting to sacrifice himself thing. He was hoping
Look.
to draw them away with the ship, but we managed to convince him there was a better way than him staying on the ship himself.
And they
Yes.
attacked the wrecker first, so while they were busy with that, we jumped onto the boats and left the striker and fortunately got away.
Yeah, it was fortunate for us that your town was close enough for us to make it.
I'm greatly appreciative that you all survived. This is quite the tale and something to truly mull over for many weeks and months and perhaps years, centuries. An attack like this doesn't happen often.
I hope
No.
not.
Well, I'm sure that you all are quite confused and, well, not wanting to dwell on the past, this tragic events. Is there any questions you have of me and my station, perhaps this village? And, well, you all have met Pelu. I was greatly informed of the tragedy that befell, and I told Pelu it would all be fine. We'll get the lapidary brought back up, and no worries. These ones that have come from afar, they mean well. They mean well. Brought Pelu down a little bit of notch. She gets very flamboyant, that one, quite and bravado. But questions you might have, anything that I can help you with?
Obviously you're aware of the situation that's happening in the mines. I'm sure Pelu has divulged many a detail involving that situation. Have you had any issues in the past regarding attacks from within the mine or disappearances and any exploration further into the mountains?
Not particularly in my time. No. Not sure what Pelu has really spoken about as far as my station here and when I was particularly placed. I actually came here 2 years ago, and this manor's construction actually took most of a year to actually build. So I had only actually been operating this for a year now, and well, I have never heard of anything quite like that. Pelu has told stories of certain rats and things coming into the mine and causing problems, and of course I made sure that we got guard, promptu, and paid. Before I came, there was nothing of the sort. Got weapons trucked in. Well, this tunneling in, Pelu did mention that last night, and that you all had killed, and that there was some payment going on, an arrangement perhaps was waiting on word to investigate further, and I would agree to this.
My lord, one follow-up question. Understanding that you recently came to be stationed here, in terms of expanding upon the mine, since you've come, has there been a lot of progress as opposed to before you were here?
Well, I have pushed. Obviously, we have a royal decree from King Reldor Talthon that does pass by. We have yet to use any sort of enforcement. Pelu's been most willing to accommodate the needs of the Talthars and through the Lord, and then my word passing down the chain of command, so to speak. We run the mine at a 24/7 operation. We need to make sure that we have a weight that's kind of circumpasses roughly 3 tons of iron ore on a weekly basis must be produced. That's a lot of material. That is the quota that is set forth.
Yeah, it's quite the output for this small operation.
It is very quite the output. And we have met that. And I have stores the
must be a very rich ore deposit or deposits, whatever.
Yes, it has been quite lucrative in the words, but we have sold this off for a fraction of the true price. This is for the war. This is what we fight for in the far south. They need weapons, they need armor. The delivery happens towards a Commander Renglar Uku in Fort Frostbeard within Othema. From there, it is repackaged and distributed into other sorts of wagons, and then brought forth to Beelder or to Elatham. This is where they smith these weapons and arms. From there,
do y'all deliver it raw, or do y'all also process it here?
We do not process. We do not have a foundry here. There's what? Well, we a foundry, smelters and things here.
I don't know where you got that foundry word.
Foundry word. Yeah, that's what a foundry is, right? Smelter and things. So, we don't have anything like that here.
My lord, with these details of your operation and obviously the great expanse that has come under your station here, In regards to the mission given to us by Talut, the creatures we stumbled upon after further research on our own end and conversation given to us by some locals, I believe you've stumbled on to the territory of a fairly ancient race of people that have marked that territory and seem to be attempting to reclaim it. They seem to be a subterranean civilization that has been here for a very, very long time.
Tegan, please make a wisdom saving throw.
I'll use Chrono Shift to have him re-roll it.
Do not take your reaction because you do not know that he's rolling this particular save.
Okay. Sorry about that.
You're good. Stegan, as you are talking, in mid-talk, you feel a slight burning of your particular white gemstone. In essence, you see a pull and a draw of compulsion that is uncontrollable to grab and take the stone that is in the neck, hold the necklace upon the Duke's neck. Well, territory, and I have not heard of any such creatures that would be dwelling in that manner. And territory. The mine has been here for some time. I suppose there should be something documented that things would lay claim. Civilization, you say? Might be something to get the Lord involved with. We might have to get soldiers here to enforce order.
Just out of character, this effect that I am currently under, would it force me to do everything I possibly could to get that thing around his neck?
That is for you to interpret based on the compulsion that you're feeling. I leave that up to you. That is your character, your backstory, and how you want to decide. Some characters are more compulsive than others. Some people are able to resist the compulsion, right? It's a very strong pull and strong draw, but I'm not going to tell you that your character is. It's not an effect that forces them into that compulsion.
Okay, I just didn't know if this was like an uncontrollable urge.
It feels like a strong compulsion. You feel the need to go and grab it. Now, is your character going to do it? That is entirely up to you and your backstory, the character's backstory, what the character's been through, how wise the character is, and able to resist potentially what is happening.
Tegan is visibly like tremoring, and it happens in almost an instant after just glancing at it. And he says, "I'm sorry, my lord. I seem to be not feeling the best. That necklace you have. Where did you say you got it from?"
Oh, my word, lad, are you all right? The Duke steps up and stands and begins to make way. Elise, necklace begins to dangle in front of you, growing brighter and brighter with the compulsion that becomes ever increasing. Elise, water, quickly, more. Oh, jeez, don't look at your face. It's going pale. More pale than it already is.
My hand instinctively kind of goes forward, but at the last second, I kind of just turn away in one quick motion, trying to hold my hand. Actually, I'll do this to leave it up to fate here.
Sure. However you want to play it?
Mm. No, I try to grab it, but my hand immediately goes for the necklace.
Immediately going for the necklace, you reach out. The Duke, what are you doing? And that, we're going to go ahead and end the session.
Oh. You're just going to leave us like that?
I'm just going to leave you like
nice.
That. Good time to end it. We're 14 after at this point. I think it's a good time.
Yeah. No, understandable.
I can't take you anywhere.
No, the other session can wait. This goes. Keep going.
If you all want to send some messages out, if you want another 4 hours, right? You can send some messages out. You can say, "Hey, we're gonna pay for the time. Pay, we'll give you some money or whatever."
We'll just do a multiverse
LOL.
up, and they can just merge into our session. It's fine.
Merge. Yeah.
No, I already did that last night. It wasn't
Oh,
fun.
holy shit, man.
To be fair, I kind of decided, since he's been through some shit, that he could probably hold it off for a little bit. But I was, depending on what you said the effect was, I was literally going to cast Hold Person on him and go up and grab it and round him.
Yeah,
I respect
so-
leaving it to the dice.
Had you done that, I probably would have casted Hold Person on you. Like,
Just get like the magician's Mexican standoff. That would have been completely
yeah, that would have been something. That's interesting. So, yeah, because I wouldn't know what's happening. So, yeah, I definitely couldn't have chrono shifted that. That makes sense.
Yeah, you wouldn't in terms of combat, you might be able to see somebody. Your reaction is reacting to something, right? So you would have to see that the Duke was doing something to Tegan, and then react, knowing that Tegan might need to have that shift in what they're attempting to resist from. But the fact is, it's actually not visible. There's no cues that are giving you to be able to take that reaction in the first place. And this is similar if you were invisible and you left an attack of opportunity or threat range, right? The person doesn't get an attack of opportunity because they have nothing to cue to take the reaction.
Right.
All right, so I want to calculate some experience. That's 1,225 experience each, to put you at 4,735 experience total. This experience is based on roleplay, particularly of the lapidary.
Yeah.
And
saving yet another person. We're always saving somebody.
Always saving somebody.
It's always our fault they need saving half the time.
You create.
Well, I don't know about.
people.
Well, I mean, it's technically true half the time because, like, the first time wasn't our fault. This time it was.
Yeah,
This is literally like my worst nightmare. We come in here, the Duke's calmer than I expected, and then just out of nowhere, Tegan's gonna fucking rip this necklace off of him.
Also, wouldn't it be too late to do just a general insight on the Duke just to get his general man? Like, is he trying to cover up being angry, or is he just being on the face?
I mean, I think passively insight, you can know that they're putting on a face. They're a very personal, charismatic character. In the face of tragedy, they would be the ones to come out and make a speech and kind of calm the crowd down. In order to kind of take the active insight, you'd probably be trying to look for something more specific in what they're saying and trying to piece through that if you're looking to do an active insight. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I was just trying to think of something for next time.
It's generally how I think you're getting maybe the vibe of my DM style a little bit. So what I try to do for like deceptions and insights and other sorts of things is that you should have some evidence to go off of first. Right? Or something that they're saying that doesn't quite line up, and then getting that active check. If you don't have anything like that, and you're looking for just a general vibe check, I sometimes will have those active insights, but you're not going to get really true information, I think, what you're looking for, right? Because usually players, they're like, okay, and they're looking for something, but they can't quite put the words to it. And that really gives relevance to the fact that the conversation is in real time. It's dynamic, right? And so we kind of go through in that level. And so that kind of happened with Maldor making the, that whole thing with Elise, and then with you, Tegan, you wanting to kind of explore that with the insight. And that goes into another thing of my DM style, and that happened with you, Tegan, with the actual necklace here, is that I don't have the stick. I have the carrot approach, right? So if you have a stick with a carrot, I'm not going to be like hitting you with the stick, basically being like, you're doing this. I'm going to hold out a carrot, and it's just going to be there, and it's your choice if you take the carrot or not. And so some of these effects that are there, they're not necessarily effects that are going to be telling you that this is what's going to happen. But it offers you the dynamic role play chance based on certain characters might do certain things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, gives you a little bit of insight. So if you want to, if you want to maybe retcon and roll insight to some of the things they were saying specifically, you can.
Trying to think of something specific because like Zeph is generally pretty insightful about things like that. I'm trying to think of something specific.
This is it might be a good chance to sit on it for a week and then come up with it.
But basically, just to kind of clarify what you're saying, if we ask for a check, we need a specific thing that we are looking for. If it's insight,
should be a reason for what you're looking for. Sometimes I'll prompt you to do active perception checks because I'll give a description of something that happens that is creating the difference of passive. So, perception is one of those ones where something might change in the scenery in front of you. And I allow players to have active perceptions because they're facing in that direction and they're actively maybe looking around already. But other than that, it's passive, right? So if there's a sound or something happens, they just go off passive checks. Because you don't necessarily have any evidence that changes and wants you to look in that direction. And that's the same way with other skill checks.
Gotcha. Well, hopefully Tegan didn't just ruin our chances of getting out of here.
I don't think so.
I mean, we might just get out of here faster.
It's true. Hot exit.
Hot exit. We'll see what happens. If you're watching the stream, we appreciate it so much. I'm going to close you out. So if you're watching, thanks. We'll be back next week. And Group 7 thanks you, and we hope you enjoyed. So, bye.